wanna say, but I'm the baddest. You could try, but ain't no point, you never match it. Cause I be on my new and it's incredible. I'm only coming down so you can snap it.
I'm going to win this.
You better act like it's a privilege. I'm your friend, I'm journey like a pilgrimage. Can I get a witness?
I'm all in.
And he is all in.
Go, baby!
You never see nothing like
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello and welcome to Barcelona, the birthplace of the European Poker Tour. We are here for EPT 2022. I am James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
8 days of live coverage starts today with the Estrellas main event final table. A couple of special events lined up for you tomorrow. We've got the Super High Roller final table on Tuesday, and then 5 consecutive days of main event coverage, concluding next Sunday with the final table of what may be the biggest EPT main event ever. Cards up every single day. And we want to hear from you every single day, whether you're watching at twitch.tv/PokerStars or youtube.com/PokerStars. Use the live chat, hit us up. Use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter and stay across all the good stuff on Facebook and Instagram. So yes, kicking things off with the Estrellas Poker Tour, the regional Spanish tour which precedes the EPT Festival here at Casino Barcelona. The finalists about to take their seats, about to play down to a champion. And we will see every single hand from that final table, cards up. And what a tournament we are covering. 6,313 entries, the biggest PokerStars live event of all time. They have already played 3 long days of poker. They played into the money. Yesterday, they played down to the final table. Now 9 remain. They are competing for a first prize of 600,000 euros. 600k, Joe, the first prize in a 1k buy-in.
That sounds pretty good. 600 times you're buying. I'll take it.
Alas, you are not eligible. But these 9 players are, and it's a very familiar name. It is a former World Series of Poker main event winner. I should say World Series of Poker Europe main event winner, Jack Sinclair, who leads with a 72 big blind stack. Interestingly, looking at the flags there, Joe, no locals at the final table. No Spanish players made it.
Wait, isn't that a Spanish flag under Bjorn?
That's German.
Oh.
And yes, ridiculous sums of money up for grabs. Total prize pool of more than 6 million euros. 6-figure scores for the top 6. Pretty big jumps along the way, especially that jump between second and first. And with a relatively shallow average stack, I do think there's the opportunity for deal negotiations later on.
I mean, I can go down there and get it started now if you want. You know I'm an egalitarian when it comes to this sort of thing. Just split it up. You could get unlucky.
I don't think we're going to see a 9-way chop. I don't think Mr. Sinclair would entertain that concept. Now, interestingly, the eagle-eyed among you may have noticed that we only have 8 players in their seats. We are waiting for one of the 9 finalists to arrive. We do have Rick van Bruggen from the Netherlands in the 1 seat. Usually a live cash game player, has $20,000 in live tournament earnings. And he starts this final table second in chips. So Ahmed Rahim from Canada is currently not present. He should be in the 2 seat. but we do have, representing the country of Luxembourg, Simon Bouaxa, 44 years old, works in finance, is a recreational poker player who has 16K in live earnings. We have a Ukrainian player at the final table. This is Renat Bodadov. He starts the day 6th in chips, has more than 400K in live earnings, had a decent cash in the FPS Monte Carlo High Roller earlier this year.
Local tour specialist, it seems.
This is Kyle Ho, the second of 2 Canadians at this FT. Kyle is from Vancouver. He has 448K in live earnings, plays video games in his spare time. Another Dutch player, this is Hendrikus Suring. 5th in chips at the start of the day. If he finishes 8th or better, he'll have his best ever live result here today.
I would imagine lots of folks going for their best ever results today.
So this is Bjorn Bruns from Germany. Held the chip lead yesterday briefly. Now starts the final table 7th in chips. Only has 2K in live earnings. I think I've got more live earnings than that.
I do not.
Jack Sinclair is the chip leader. Total live earnings, 4.2 million. Has 2 cashes of over $1 million. And here's a hashtag fun fact. He has produced his dad's music album, which will be released next month.
A Jack of all trades.
And the player we missed, who's now taken his seat at the table, is Johan Asperov from Bulgaria. Has 8K in live earnings, 4 live cashes. 3 of them came at EPT Prague in March of this year. Co-owner of a digital marketing agency who enjoys playing cash and tournaments live and online.
And with this final table appearance, he moved up 6 spots on my favorite Bulgarian players list.
Now, obviously, Joe, the advertised start time, and the little piggy knew this, was 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, as we watch this on a 30-minute delay. And as previously referenced, one of the 9 finalists, Ahmed Rahim, has not yet arrived. Now, in normal circumstances, the tournament starts when the tournament starts.
Yeah.
But bear in mind, this is the final table. Bear in mind, there are ridiculous sums of money up for grabs. I think we are going to cut Ahmed a little bit of slack. I think we are prepared to hold the shuffle up deal for a few more minutes as we try to make contact with Ahmed, find out where he is, and if there's any chance he's actually going to join us for what will probably be the biggest game he's ever played.
I know if I were at the table, I don't know if I would get a say or not, but if I had a player at the table, I would be like, you know what? Let's get started. Come on. Blind them out. Let's go. This is money in my... No, I think I would be like, hey, let's...
I mean, that is absolutely one way to look at it. I do think there is a certain amount of camaraderie. These guys have played together for 3 long days. They played into the early hours of this morning. I think they are willing to wait a little bit to give Ahmed a chance to arrive. Interestingly, Ahmed's total live earnings are $0.
Oh.
That's right. This will be his first recorded live cash. Plays poker to, quote, have fun with it. Hopefully he gets to have fun today and makes it in time for hand number 1 of this final table.
Okay, so the like putting myself in the player's shoes I just did there, saying if it were me at this final table, I would not want to wait for him. Now that I see his 0 live earnings, I would be the player that's late in that scenario, it turns out. I would be the player with 0 live earnings. I would want everyone to wait for me.
Absolutely, and wait we shall. So, want to say hello to everyone who's joined us for the start of play today, the first of 8 days of live coverage. We are very excited to be back in Barcelona. It's a line we've been trotting out a lot this year, Joe. Our first time at an event in 3 years. This is the first EPT Barcelona since 2019. It feels good to be back.
In a way, it was one of the saddest events to not have because it was the most consistent. It was the one, you know, other events would sort of come and go, but Barcelona was always consistently the first stop of the season, and so not having it for those years really did feel weird.
Absolutely, and what a way to start this festival. with a 1K buy-in event, which got 6,313 entries. I think the previous record, which was set by this same tournament, was 4,600. So coming into Barcelona, we knew that people wanted to play live poker again. We expected this to be a big series. We expected this to be a big event. But even the most optimistic forecasts were saying we could get 5,500 entries in this. No one thought we'd get close to 6,500.
Yeah, that was above even the most optimistic expectations. It honestly looks weird. That number, 6,313.
I mean, we've been covering a lot of online tournaments. We cover the Sunday Million every week. That's the kind of number we're used to seeing, right? Not in the live arena.
No, not in live at all.
938 players got paid. That was at the start of day 2. Just shy of 100 came back for the penultimate day yesterday, and they managed to get down to 9. And that is the final table that we will play out today. But just a reminder that right now, only 8 of the 9 finalists are on the main stage, and we are hoping that that 9th player, Ahmad Rahim from Edmonton in Canada, can join us. Suffice to say, we're only going to give it another 5 or so minutes. If Ahmad has not made contact, has not shown up before then, we will start, and he will be blinded out.
I mean, another reason as a player to be okay with waiting a couple minutes here, other than being like kind of an ethical thing to do, is, look, you get to be on this stage a little bit longer. You get to bask in the glory of having made a massive final table, massive, you know, it's like Schrodinger's tournament at this point. You don't know where you're going to finish yet because you're not playing. Like, I would want to drag out this feeling. I'd be fine with dragging out a little bit longer.
And no idea how long today is going to be. Suffice to say, there are a lot of chips in play. I mean, Jack Sinclair's the chip leader, Joe, with around 70 big blinds. We have actually got 2 short stacks here. Buaxa's got 16 bigs. Johan Asperov's got 12 bigs. Average seems to be around 35, which kind of tracks for a 1K buy-in. But yes, Jack, who I think it's fair to say is probably the most accomplished player and certainly has the most results of anyone coming into this final table, holds that chip lead of more than 42 million, more than 70 big blinds. And certainly because of his experience, because of his resume, because of that chip stack, is probably the favourite coming into play. And we spoke to him before he took his seat on the main stage.
Well, obviously this event's been pretty wild for me. Like 3 days of poker to get through 6,000 people. It's always going to be a crazy roller coaster. I've had like a ton of hands that have been like really interesting and like questionable. Like on every day, pretty much every period of the tournament, there was something very, very dubious going on. But was just super lucky in the last couple of levels of day 3 to have a massive stack now. Yeah, last night was pretty crazy. The last couple of orbits even just went from like 12 million to over 40. I think like in 10 hands or something. And then lost aces versus ace king for like 60 million or something, to have 60 million on the final table, which is a weird feeling because like really I should be like super happy to have double average, but also kind of upset to not have triple average. I'm obviously still very lucky to be here with the stack that I have. Yeah, I mean 6,000 players, obviously it's pretty crazy to get through that many. It's actually not the biggest field I've got to a final table of. I made the final table in Vegas where it was a little over 8,000. But hopefully I do a little bit better than 8th this time. So yeah, I mean, you just have to run super good and stick around pretty much. It's always a survival game. But in these huge field tournaments, you've got to, at some point, you've got to put some gambling chips in there and get lucky.
Jack referencing there that he made the final table of the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas in 2017, finishing 8th. The following year, he won the World Series of Poker Europe main event for 1.1 million euros. And he is the chip leader coming into play. I have just heard that Ahmad Rahim has still not arrived, and the decision has been taken that we are going to start. So we will be 8-handed with 9 players remaining, and sadly Ahmad will be posting blinds and antes, and hopefully he will arrive sooner rather than later. Blinds 300,000, 600,000, the big blind ante 600k, and we still have the better part of an hour to run on this blind level. 60-minute clock, 2 levels, then a break. That'll be the format through this final table as we play down to a winner. So here we go, Joe. Cards in the air. Final table of the Estrellas main event. 1k buy-in, more than 6,000 entries, 600k for the winner.
Is there any shot with Ahmad not being here? He's third in chips, $0 in live earnings. Again, putting myself in his shoes. Maybe I just don't show up and ladder up a couple spots. There's money to be made in me not playing hands at this final table. Maybe that's what he's doing.
That would be an incredible strategy. You often see players arrive late for the start of day one. Not usually at the final table, but hey, if it works out for him, who's to fault it?
He's playing tight.
So blinds are posted. A reminder that this tournament does play with a big blind ante, so the ante is posted by the player in the big blind on behalf of the whole table.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are underway. Cards are being pitched to players. We're going to play some poker.
I'm a little nervous for this gang here.
Black's 5-4 suited under the gun +1. Folds.
Someone's trying to ladder up.
King Queen for Renat Bodanov. And that is a raise. Bodanov doubling the big blind to 1.2 million.
These cards are hideous.
It starts the hand with around 30 bigs. Pretty nervous, right? I mean, I'm not saying he's nervous, but opening from early-ish position with King Queen, 30 big blinds to start the hand. Lots of places for this to go wrong, and it has so far gone wrong.
Yes, we already have a domination situation. Bjorn Bruns on the button with Ace Queen.
I would expect a sporking 3-bet here.
3, 4, and 5.
Well, you heard him, ladies and gentlemen. 3.5 million is the re-raise from Bruns on the button. We now have Rick Van Bruggen folding the big blinds. Action back on Bodanov, the original raiser.
And I think a stare-down fold is totally reasonable here. King Queen offsuit. I just don't think Bruns is going to be messing around all that often. We see that he is not.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a spot now with these stack sizes where if you are going to play the King Queen, it's all in or fold, and do you really want to be shoving with King Queen offsuit?
Right. You know my feeling on blockers, James. You might think that you have blockers for Ace King and Ace Queen, but I do think this move you're going to be dominated quite a bit. And there it go.
So first hand, first pot goes to Bjorn Bruns from Germany, who is currently in 5th place on the leaderboard with a 31 big blind stack.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. It was out.
Now some of that is the Van Bruggen rail. Saw some Canada gear.
Comment on YouTube, Joe, from Fly Away to Die, commenting on the absence of Ahmed Rahim. Interesting strategy, also highly cynical. Completely changes the whole cards everyone gets and the community cards as well. No, it doesn't. That player still receives cards. They are dealt to every single hand, and that hand is then immediately mucked as we begin pre-flop betting action.
So if you've been doing it that way in your home game, you've been doing it wrong. Tournament, you got to deal the player in.
I'm pretty certain that 90% of home games are run completely against TDA rules.
I like the home game where the blinds don't go up until someone's eliminated.
So this is a dead big blind. Raheem will have posted 1.2 million here in the big blind of the ante, and that's dead money. Someone pretending to be Maria Ho says on Twitch, huge turnout for this event. What a great way to kick things off.
I'm not sure how much of this she wants public. Maria's on a layover right now in a place that seems very inconvenient to have a layover.
I would personally say there's nowhere convenient to have a layover. Here we see the aggression of the big stack. Jack Sinclair raising the button with 9 deuce.
На него бате даже голем му е мъртв и той може да си отваря бутон и да си ги лапа фри рол всяка.
And got the fold from Van Bruggen in the small.
So I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard a rumor that Jungle Man won't fly without a layover.
Count it again. 21?
What, even if it's like a 90-minute flight?
Yes.
Double it.
He insists on having a layover. And a couple times they're like in countries where like maybe politically not places you necessarily want to be like hanging out in.
Yeah, I have 43. That's all.
Yes. I counted as 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe Maria got the layover just so she could tune in for the start of the broadcast today.
Still not convinced that's actually her.
Don't want to make it too easy for you.
Well, we've got Kyle Ho in action here with ace-3 of spades.
Oh, she tuned in to watch her cousin Kyle, of course.
Opening under the gun +1 to 1.5 million. And Bruns thinking about this with King 10 in the hijack. Not sure about this call, but
this is a hand that a lot of folks would ditch in this position. You're putting some dead money out there, you know, kind of asking for a squeeze from the button or one of the blinds. Hose raise came from fairly early position. King 10 offsuit. It's optimistic, we'll call it.
I do not disagree, Joe. And now Van Bruggen is in a situation to squeeze with ace 10. And that is indeed a 3-bet from the Dutchman. Van Bruggen's made it 4.5 million. Luaxa with 7-6 offsuit in the big blind.
Oh, do it. Come on, this would be awesome.
So now back on Kyle Ho. He folds the ace-3, and Bjorn Bruns will fold the King 10. We have our first contributor on Twitter. Hello to Alessandro Massetti. He uses the hashtag PokerStarsTV to get in touch. Alessandro says, good to be back in the live arena. Missed you guys covering live events. I'll be watching every second of your coverage since it coincides with my vacation. By the way, 6,500 players in Estrellas. Just wow. Just shy of 6,500, but I'll take the round up. Of course, Alessandro, this is the third live event we've covered this year. We were in Prague in March, Monte Carlo in late April, early May. But yes, good to have you with us, and glad you're able to watch the streams.
Alessandro's been with us for a long time. It
Yes.
was one of the I definitely recognize that name for a decade probably. But Alessandro, you're on vacation. Go outside at some point. We're happy you're here for the beginning of the broadcast, but please go outside.
You know, the audience figures will play a factor in your contract renegotiations. And
hey, look, I'm gonna get the goodwill of the people by encouraging them to go outside. They'll be healthier. They'll live longer. They can tune in for longer.
Bless you for thinking about the long term. Jack Sinclair, 9-8 offsuit in the hijack. Has the chip lead, is in late position.
I mean, I think we're going to be seeing Jack opening a fair few pots, regardless of position. Now, we've only seen him in late position. And with a hand like this, it's fantastic because when Van Bruggen decides to... Ooh, wait, is this going to be a flat call?
Ooh, yes, it is.
Oh, boy.
So Sinclair's open to 1.3 million, flattered by Van Bruggen. Ace deuce suited for Buaxa. Might be tempted to squeeze here from the small.
Squeeze shove. Yeah, I mean, given where the initial raise came from, the cutoff flat's gonna not look very strong, but looks like Buaxa is gonna just try to see a flop.
Interesting. And Bodanov getting a pretty good price if he wants to see a flop as well. Look at him rocking that vintage PokerStars hoodie.
Wow.
It's actually neo-vintage. It's a new design, but it makes use of old PokerStars logos.
Got it. I mean, that one's obviously a misprint.
So three-way to a king 7-3 flop. I mean, Van Bruggen's not going to be delighted about the king.
Not with this many players in the hand. I guess at this point, you're just happy that the big blind didn't also come along, which could have very easily happened. And the good news for Jack is that he didn't hit top pair here or any pair. Do you think Jack's gonna be able to muscle his way past queens?
No.
I mean, not on the flop.
It depends. I mean, multiple streets, potentially.
I mean, I wonder if Van Bruggen's regretting the pre-flop flat.
Well, calls the 1.2, and we are now heads up to the turn. Ace deuce has got out of the way. Four of hearts, and Sinclair drawing dead, but as previously referenced, does not mean that he cannot win this hand.
Oh man, didn't Bodanov fold ace four? He'd have turned a pair of fours here. He must be furious. I mean, if anyone's going to have a good read on this situation and know that a double barrel could get the job done, it is Jack Sinclair.
Yeah.
Opted to not go for it this time. And, you know, we can't forget that Van Bruggen obviously has queens here, but is going to have plenty of kings. When he flats in this position, is going to have lots of king queens and king jacks.
The other thing to consider is that these are the two biggest stacks.
Right.
And you don't want to create an ICM suicide situation where you start playing a massive pot when you've got players on 12 bigs. I'm talking about Buaxa and Asperov. For those of you asking on Twitch, yes, this is the first of 8 days of live coverage from EPT Barcelona. This is actually the final day of the Estrellas main event, the final table of the 1K that kicked off this festival. But we will be turning our attention to the EPT main event later in the week. We are here until next Sunday. And yes, we will be covering the next stop on the European Poker Tour. We will be streaming the EPT London main event as well.
So Sinclair has checked. Probably feels pretty safe for a value bet.
Yeah.
At this point.
Up to this point, I feel that the pace of play has been pretty standard, but now I'm realizing that the Estrellas does not play with a shot clock. And I'm seeing players taking their sweet time without any implications or consequences.
The implications and consequences is that Ahmad Riam is getting more time to show up.
So Van Bruggen takes over the betting on the river.
This Bruggen guy.
2.5 million. And this is either check, raise, bluff, or fold, right?
Yes, I don't think calling is an option, so.
I mean,
I don't think you're value raising, so yes, check, raise, bluff, or fold. And I think this is going to be a reasonable tank from Jack, and then a fold.
Yeah. This is a really good hypothetical. As we see Jack Sinclair fold the river there, and Rick Van Bruggen closed the gap between them. Both players with more than 40 million chips, both hovering around the 70 big blind mark. Jack Sinclair still officially chip leader. But Live Ride Enjoy says, what if, out of a miracle,
Dat zonder bier gewoon al, hè?
3 or 4 people remain, including the guy who's currently missing, and they want to make a deal? Is that possible? No, it's not, because you'd need to have the agreement of all the players, and if one of them's not there to agree the deal, it can't be done.
You couldn't even really make a deal to just fold to each other till he blinded out either, right? That would be like some pretty sick collusion. Yeah,
absolutely.
It does seem like a very specific set of events would have to happen for things to turn out that way.
I mean, I think it's highly unlikely that Ahmad will be the first player eliminated from this final table, even though he's not present. Still got 34 big blinds, and we've got 2 players hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Both Boaxa and Asperov are in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
So hand 5 of the final table. Action folded to Rick Van Bruggen, and he is opened. Raised to 1.2 million with 9-7 offsuit. And it looks like everyone else has folded.
You might implicitly make a deal to blind him out, though. I think making a deal, it's hard to implicitly make a deal.
Yeah.
A deal is something that is explicit by nature. I wonder if H. John Benjamin knows Stapes is using his joke. Do you think that H. John Benjamin is the writer of the show Archer, or is he an actor on the show Archer? And if so, is it his joke? Thank you for your question.
More credit for writers, please. Jack Sinclair raising here to 1.3 million with ace deuce of spades. And we are round to the big blind. Hendrik Søring.
Adam Reed, if you're wondering. Adam Reed is the creator of Archer, writes most of the episodes. Adam Reed. There you go, if you actually want to know.
This little piggy wants roast beef.
This dude who thinks H. John Benjamin, that's his joke, probably thinks Little Piggy went to market, thinks that Little Piggy went to the grocery store.
Well, big.
Hugo, watching on YouTube, asks, is this real, live, or recorded transmission? Now, Hugo, we consider this to be live, but there'll be some pedants out there who will point out that it is being streamed on a 30-minute delay, and that's for game integrity reasons because it's cards-up coverage. But bear in mind that we are seeing the delayed video feed the same time you're seeing it. What we're saying is 100% live, and it looks like we are going to have a race on our hands. Sinclair opening with ace-jack. Boaxa has shoved with tens.
Бабочка цигу. Бабочка цигу.
And as will happen as things get more and more shallow in these events, we will get more and more pre-flop all-ins, more and more. Oh,
Sinclair has folded. I guess didn't feel ace-jack was quite strong enough.
Actually seems like a hand that's right on the line, a reasonable fold.
Yeah, I guess maybe suited. It's more of a consideration. Ace-queen probably a call there.
Also, remember, when you're the chip leader, having short stacks still in the tournament is advantageous to you as well. You're not trying to ladder up
colder than I expected. I thought it would be warmer with the lights, but it's actually pretty cold.
Me too.
First time. A little pig pun from Fishing for Fishies. Sinclair is hogging all of the chips.
Drops Mike, leaves. Van Bruggen has opened with King 10. Ace 5 for Buaxa.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. -1, 8 players. I feel like King 10 off's kind of a loose open even.
Disrespectful.
I wouldn't go that far.
Serving ace deuce of strawberries. We got another EPT veteran who's tweeting using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. Elkana says, great timing, you guys. 8 days of live streaming when I needed to plan my wedding. Well played. Well, this is interesting. The flat from Suring on the button, and now the squeeze from Asperov in the small blind with King Queen of Spades.
Squeeze for... How much was left behind after that squeeze?
Yeah, because Asperov is the short stack right now. I think it's a committing re-raise. It's a virtual shove, Joe.
Yeah.
5.6 million. It only has 600K behind.
I guess if it goes shove call behind you, you can fold. And
yeah, ladder.
Rob on YouTube asks, what are the prizes? They're playing for money, euros in this case. Thank you for your question.
King 10 folds, and I imagine Suring will also ditch the ace deuce. Not immediately, though.
Just a quarter of your chips. There are so many hands that have you dominated. So many pairs you're not even doing well against. I mean, you're ahead of this exact hand, and that's about it.
There's the fold.
I mean, that's got to feel really good to pick up all that money. Yeah.
We've got some boisterous Bulgarians in the house. Great to see that Johan has a rail.
Dosta bate.
Wheel of Fortune must be a lot easier in Bulgaria. You just guess the letter V first off the bat every time. Bing, 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 bing. Every word. V at the end.
This is hand 9 of the final table, which is officially 9-handed, although only 8 players competing right now. The 9th finalist still yet to arrive, currently 3rd in chips. Action's been folded to Hendrik Suring in the cutoff. He has ace 7 of hearts.
If ace deuce of hearts was in there.
They're still at the 300,000, 600,000 blind level. So this raise from Suring is to 1.3 million. Rounds the blinds. Bjorn Bruns in the small.
James Hardigan was berating me yesterday for playing ace-7.
Ace-7 offsuit.
Berating. It was like, I would give it 3 out of 10 Helmuths. The berating I got from you yesterday from playing ace-7.
It was a rehearsal game, Joe. A lot of it was for the cameras. Ultimately, I don't give a ace-king-8 on the flop with 2 clubs. Flush draw for Sinclair, top pair for Suring.
This could get weird.
That's right, John Delano. After all we've talked about in recent months, Joe Stapleton played the Spraggy.
You're lucky this hand's so interesting, or else I would go into the nitty-gritty on that hand. You're really... Joe Stapleton played A7, is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence.
Suring continues for 1.2 million. How fast does Sinclair play this club draw?
I mean, look, it's really hard to take away the fact that we can see the hold cards, right? But, like, we know, and I don't even know what kind of player Suring is. We know that, like, if you just put a ton of pressure here, somebody might have to fold A7. Now, I don't know how likely it is that a... We'll check out Suring's resume again. Total live earnings, 80K. 8th place will be his best ever live result. Some folks aren't going to fold A7 in the spot, even if you do jam on them, so...
Well, this gives Sinclair more outs. Pairs is 6 on the turn.
More outs, yes, but not really going to keep the foot on the gas, and not going to matter.
Yeah, there is the Jack of Clubs on the river. That is the flush for Sinclair. And he checks it.
Have a little rope.
I mean, I'm such a nit, I check back A7 here, but maybe Suring thinks he can get some value.
I mean, I'm a big enough nit to check back here, but also I'm too big. I'm probably not even going to play this hand pre-flop.
Suring does exercise caution, checks it. Pot will be shipped to Jack Sinclair, who's now moved up to nearly 45 million, a 74 big blind stack with still 30 minutes left to run on this blind level.
Not just a 74 big blind stack, but a 74 big blind stack in a tournament where the average is what?
35.
So more than twice.
Yes.
Just to put that into perspective, you know, more than twice average, that sounds good, right? That already sounds good. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players at this table who have under 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
And one who's not here.
Suring with King 10 in the hijack.
Feels like a player that would raise King 10 off. From the hijack, I'd be awfully tempted.
Yes, X-Ray Punk, there is someone missing, and yes, they are being blinded out.
James, how many big blinds did you need to have at this table before that would be like a threshold where you feel like you could be like raising liberally instead of like just completely locking it up? Like everyone at this table from Kyle Hode down to Asperov, right?
I wouldn't be playing any hands.
Nothing, right? Yeah, absolutely,
no, absolutely
nothing. Like this King 10 raise from Suring is probably a hand I would fold with his exact chip stack in this exact position. He's third from the bottom. There are two people knee deep in the danger zone below him. I do think that's kind of fun. Obviously, we can be critical of it, but also we can say it's fun. Like, people are here to play. They want to play poker. They want to play pots. Let's go. Let's play King 10. And get 3-bet by Queen 9 out of the big blind.
I mean, this is the problem.
This Bruggen guy.
There's two players at this table who are just going to boss everyone else around because they know the situation they're in. This is classic ICM handcuffing.
ICM handcuffing, and also maybe just knowing your opponent well enough. You know, having played in this field for a few days now, maybe knows Suring well enough to know that King 10 is well within his middle to late raising range, and the hand that hopefully you can get him to lay down with Queen 9.
So Sinclair playing 74 bigs, Rick Van Bruggen playing 70 bigs.
This Bruggen guy.
Sat either side of the dealer, the two big stacks. Ahmed Rahim not present, has 32 bigs. Everyone else with a sub 30 big blind stack, and two players relatively short right now. Simon Boaxel with 17 bigs, Johan Asperov with 16 bigs.
It's not exactly exciting to watch, but I really love Ahmad Rouen's strategy right now. Lock it up, don't get tempted. Here we go.
So we referenced that Boaxel was a shorty, has opened under the gun with ace-jack. Bodanov with kings.
Kevin Lopez asks, is this live or just rerun? It depends when you're watching it. If you're watching it now, it's live. If you're not watching it today or now, it is not live. Thank you for your question.
Understandably, we get the re-raise from Bodanov, and I'm interested to see how Boaxel responds to this. 4 million is the bet. For Boaxel, it's all in or fold time, and that is assuming that nobody else behind wakes up with a hand.
Right. So this is the shortest stack in the tournament.
Correct.
Ace-jack is not a hand I want to get it in with. You raised under the gun. You got re-raised by under the gun +1. There's big stacks still to act behind you. I think this is going to be a pretty serious re-raise from Bodanov most of the time.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll be flipping with a hand like tens. I think that's incredibly optimistic.
Folds the ace-jack. Of course, we did have a dead big blind and a dead ante in that hand. It was Ahmad Rahim who was forced to post in that last hand. That stack is dwindling.
Yeah, I think that maybe in a full ring with that stack size, there could even be an argument to fold ace-jack under the gun, but with the big blind being empty, it might put things a little bit more in the favor of a raise there. You don't have to worry about that big blind peeling for cheap.
Yeah, I would.
Now, I appreciate that there are some people who are genuinely concerned about our missing player.
Yeah.
Suffice to say, the staff running this event do have contact details, and they are trying to get in touch. At this stage, I don't think people are overly concerned. I do think it's probably a case of oversleeping, a miscommunication about start time, but obviously efforts are being made to get in touch and track down Ahmed.
Yeah, and we try to not have too much fun with the reason why someone might not be here, just in case that reason ends up being something terrible. But we can focus on the positive of this exact situation. And again, it is incredibly likely that Ahmad is going to ladder up.
Tony Kennick joins the conversation. Hashtag PokerStars TV. ICM handcuffing is one of those phrases that sounds interesting. When you find out what it really means, it's somewhat less so.
There's very few types of handcuffing that are enjoyable.
It's not enjoyable to watch either. A game of poker where people don't feel they can actually play poker is actually pretty dull.
Something about it I do like, though. I do like watching the handcuffer just put the smackdown on people constantly.
Yeah. And that is exactly what Jack Sinclair will continue to do here. Does have the best of it. Paired is 7 on the flop. He's now betting $1 million, and Buaxa has
Той, между другото,
nothing.
той ако не играе, най-бавно ще ги изака. Да знаеш, така има най-голям шанс да се задържи. Той е най-голямата трудност. Аз на него разчитах, ама той е взел правилното решение. Да ладер не без да е тук, брат. Това е много мъдро, някой според мен му го е казал.
Has anyone checked the elevators in the Arts Hotel? Sometimes they're a little sticky.
So we reach hand 13 of the final table, with 20 minutes left on the clock until the blinds go up to 400,000, 800,000. We'll play straight into level 38. Won't take the next break for another hour and 20. We've got Queen 6 suited being folded by Asperov.
Nice one here from Che Doc, who says he won't be using an elevator, though he'll be laddering.
Drops Mike.
James, you realize that the viewing figures have an effect on your next contract. Stop telling these people to drop the mic and leave. I'm perfectly fine, though, once you make a comment like that, you don't have to say anymore.
I meant leave the chat, not the stream.
Right.
Please keep watching.
Just drop the mic.
Hashtag play on PokerStars. Ace 3 of hearts. Bruns raises to 1.2. Van Bruggen's got King Jack of hearts. The old suited Kojak. Many a player has lost a big pot with these cards.
That sounds like you ripped it off of some poker show from like 2012. Probably one of ours.
And it's as relevant now as it was back then. Free bet is $3 million. Looks like the action is going to be back on Bruns.
And again, I think, I don't know, ace-3 suited is probably a hand I would just ditch.
Yeah.
And Brun's specific position at the table and specific chip stack.
So again, Van Bruggen and Sinclair pretty much tied at the top. Sinclair with a small advantage at the moment. 46.7, 45.1. Our missing player, Ahmed Rahim, sits third place on the leaderboard. We've got two short stacks, Asperov and Buaxa, but let's be brutally honest. Suring, Bruns, Ho, Bodanov can't be feeling too comfortable right now.
I was saying Buaxa.
I've got a bad lookalike for Bjorn Bruns.
Bjorn Bruns.
Ethan Embry.
Okay, Ethan Embry. I see just enough of it to agree it is a bad lookalike.
Thank you, Joe. Sinclair opening with Queen 10. Buaxa flat. Out of a 10 big blind stack with Ace Jack on the button.
Buaxa.
This is the problem. I'm not sure I want to be playing flops against Jack Sinclair, even when I'm in position.
Well, how about this flop?
Okay, okay. And this should work out well for Buaxa. Flops, Broadway, Sinclair with two pair. Obviously, Buaxa does not have a lock on this. There are some nasty turn and river cards.
I mean, I think we're only saying that because we know that Jack Sinclair must have been running pretty good to make it to this phase of the tournament. 6,300 players later, although we did hear him say in that interview. By the way, brilliant slip in of the bad beat, Jack Sinclair. It didn't sound like it just went right in, just slid right in there. Oh yeah, I lost aces to ace king.
$1 million apiece. Buaxa playing it slow.
I mean, that's also unlucky. That's quite unlucky, a turn card for Buaxa.
It is. I mean, that might slow down the action.
So frustrating.
Now losing to any ace. Of course, it does bring opportunities.
Oh, my goodness. I forgot about that. You could not lose it. You just lose half this pot. If it comes runner, runner, completely nullifying your hand.
I mean, I see Buaxa getting 0 value here.
Yeah, no, he can't. It's just, I mean, the one good thing about this is you prevent the river from being an ace.
It's true.
And at least you win the whole pot and not just half of it.
No Barry Greenstein. We don't get to a river. Buaxa up to 17 bigs, which means Johan Asperov is now the shortest stack with 16 bigs, playing fewer than 10 million chips with the blinds going up in 16 minutes time.
I think Jack probably thought that the Jack on the turn was a bad card for him. It was a very, very good card for him.
Correct.
Now, granted, I don't think Buaxa could have done much damage.
Yeah.
That's what Bagpuss is agreeing.
Got quite a few people gathered on the rail right now, watching the action at this final table. Where's the poker tourist? Expected to see him behind that barrier.
He's just out in the hallway hiding behind a bush waiting for us.
Okay, the ladles.
Oh, yeah, I have your
For
value.
Renat Bodanov. Jack's on the button.
Bodanov, 4th in chips to start the hand. Really the most... This is probably the worst hand to be dealt to this particular player right now.
Oh, Søring's going to defend with 8-7 in the big.
It's funny, we've Søring in here, and out on the beach you can buy toe rings.
Well, this is interesting. Top set, but the gut shot for Søring. He might stick around.
Not just might stick around, as I assume if you're Bodanov, you're not going to like blast off on this flop either, so you might get a really good price. Yeah, see? How about that? Free.
Full house now for Bodanov. Søring drawing dead.
Now you can give all the free cards you want. It's tough to check again here, though. You really want to start building a pot. HE123 asking, schedule for the day one stream main event tomorrow? Yes, there is a schedule. Thank you for your question.
I don't understand a single word of that question. I mean, I understand the words, just the order they've been put in makes no sense.
Well, I think what they meant to ask was, what time does the main event stream start tomorrow?
There is no main event stream tomorrow.
Thank you for your question.
In all seriousness, guys, check out the PokerStars blog. Check out our social media channels. You will get the full lineup of streams planned for EPT Barcelona. Tomorrow we've got a Platinum Pass event. We've got True Geordie, the showdown from EPT Barcelona. Got the Super High Roller final table on Tuesday. The 5K EPT main event doesn't even start until tomorrow. Day 1A is on Monday. Day 1B is on Tuesday. We pick up the action on day 2, which is Wednesday.
Maybe we'll get a couple of shots of day 1A during the other stuff we're covering tomorrow, which, by the way, are some pretty cool, specifically streamed events going on tomorrow.
But yes, world-famous bubble coverage on Wednesday on day 2 of the EPT Barcelona main event. And we have referenced a few times how big the field was in the Estrellas. A record breaker, 6,313 entries. How many entries will we see in the EPT main? And for those of you interested, the current record set here in Barcelona in 2019 is 1,988. I would be surprised if we don't break the 2K mark.
I think we could probably, if we did like a name that tune version of this, I could go 2,100 for my estimate, given how insane this field was.
I think you have to remember that an EPT main is not only a €5,000 buy-in, but is a single re-entry event.
Right.
Yeah.
And that one that hit the last record was also a single re-entry event?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I guess 2,000's where you got to come in.
I don't hate your line, by the way. I don't think 2100 is unrealistic.
Yeah. John Delano, you can't bid 2101. You got to go up in 50s at least, I think.
Are we playing Price is Right rules? If you go over, you're eliminated?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Joa Paz, who just asked, is a steal possible to buy into the main event? Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about right now, my friend. It hasn't started yet, so you can still buy in. Unless you're talking about the Estrellas main event.
Yeah, it would be a bit out of order to buy in at this point.
What if you could and just no one did it? No one thought of it. They're like, what? Read the fine print.
Ladies and gentlemen, news reaches us that we have our 9th player. Woo! There is Ahmed Ramain taking his seat on the main stage. Let's get him mic'd up. Let's get him into his seat.
He looks like a guy that's been late to a thing or two before.
Meanwhile, Bodanov is shoved with King 9 all into call for Suring.
I'm so happy he's here. I'm genuinely happy for that dude that he made it. Don't play any hands.
Absolutely. As Tom says, better late than never. And he hasn't lost that much in the grand scheme of things. Ahmed's still 4th in chips right now with 32 bigs. And here he comes.
What's up, boys?
Good morning.
You didn't expect to.
Morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Oh, hello.
It's well into the afternoon, my friend.
Good one, very good. A little too good.
At least now you're fresh.
Yes.
Please, someone ask him.
I think it's very clear that he overslept. Said he had a good sleep, possibly too good.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought he said good, it has been a good morning, possibly too good. I was like, what else could be that good this morning? Breakfast was amazing. I just couldn't get up from the waffle station.
Oh. The cards?
Yeah, the cards has to be on the box.
Okay.
You weren't here for the briefing, Ahmad.
1.2. 1.2. So, oh, like
It doesn't matter, dude. Fold. It's very, oh, God.
Oh, wow.
This is exactly the kind of hand, he should come back one hand later. You don't want to rush over here and that's ace-jack nearly under the gun. It's really important to get yourself centered right now and to get yourself just mentally in the zone. Of course, you're going to feel like you have to play his hand, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing to do it, but you're going to feel rushed in this situation.
Now that he has arrived, I think plenty of people watching the stream are going to be supporting Ahmed Rahim. 0 live earnings. Is going to get his first ever recorded live cash in this event. Mainly plays live cash games, and a man who I think is going to tap into the emotions of many of our viewers, plays poker to have fun.
Look, James, I, for one, would always vote Rahim. I've always been a Rahimer.
Sure you're ready?
I'm ready, bro. Couldn't be more ready than now.
Come on.
Just need a nice bottle of water. If the waitress comes, that's good enough. The coffee can come later.
Well, ace high is still good. Sinclair has checked.
Oh, boy.
Ah.
Oh, boy.
Sinclair now, with the open-ended straight draw, is going to bet the turn.
Wow, he immediately reaches for chips. I hope those are thinking chips.
Well, he has a straight draw of his own. Ace high is still the best hand.
Wow, just standing up to the chip leader. No pair, thin draw. Ace high is the best hand. Can you station and call down here? Jack's not going to give you free showdown.
Love to see a bluff attempt from Sinclair and the ace-high hero call from Raheem on his first hand at this final table, having just woken up.
This is pretty ridiculous, and I'm mad I didn't think of it. Warwickshire says, you realize Raheem is an anagram for I am here. And that story does check out. Well played, and by the way, no free showdown from Sinclair. 5 million. Pot.
Oh, wow.
Pots it. Pots it. But unfortunately, I think that, you know, Raheem being late and just sort of being flustered, and he's kind of playing his hand face up a little bit here.
Single chip hero call.
No offense, Jack Sinclair. Yeah.
And Sinclair, now closing in on the 50 million mark, has 48.4 million, 80 big blinds.
Oh, it's about Yes, yes, please.
So let's just relive the moment that Ahmed arrived, making his way at moderate speed down the corridor of Casino Barcelona to take his seat at the final table.
You won?
This actually slowed down 100x. He's at full speed.
Only an hour
didn't
late.
look ready. That's why I was...
If it had only been 1 hour and 1 hand late, he'd have about, I don't know, 3 million more chips.
That last peak before he moved on you.
Lucky you looked back, yeah.
5.2 million chips.
Wow.
Oh, no, some of that was the blinds.
Yes.
You won?
Please.
But I think, again, if you're not rushing to the table right there, you get dealt ace-jack, nearly under the gun. It's the chip leader's big blind. Maybe you think about that a little differently. Maybe you approach that hand a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Sam says, turning up late and losing your first hand, that's a shame. Not a mic drop.
No, that's someone who should have the microphone removed from them
That's
permanently.
like a mic, set it down gently and back away.
Pull the XLR cable out.
Is this thing on?
So Sinclair has completed in the small. Van Bruggen is going to get to see a free flop with 7-3.
He's like, why didn't you just raise?
I do like Novo Biblio's theory on Ahmed's late arrival. He went to Tim Hortons for breakfast, but the nearest one was in Toronto.
Well, anyone that's ever been to Tim Hortons knows it's worth it.
So among the other events being played in the poker room today, Joe, is the 100K Super High Roller. That starts today. Day 2 tomorrow. We stream the final table on Tuesday. As previously referenced, the EPT main doesn't start until tomorrow. I think it's day 2 of the Estrellas Poker Cup today, the 550 event.
Yes, that is correct.
That's a small blind. Yeah,
This is the next hand. Yeah, sorry.
You give him a little extra time because he has to tell them
Okay.
everything that happened.
Okay, sorry.
Look at this old seasoned vet explaining to everybody else how the TV table works. Sherpaing the group.
I had nothing. I was like, all right, let's get this over with. Let's get some actual cards.
Might be the last hand of this blind level. There's 3 minutes left on the clock until we roll into level 38.
It's too bad Christoph Vogelsang wasn't at the table, or Raheem would have only been down like 2 million.
Nine, 8 suited. Suring lets it go. Asperov is out. It's round 2 Sinclair, who's on the button. King 8 offsuit.
King 8 offsuit. What? This is a bad hand, though. What's he doing? This guy. How's this guy even get here? How's this guy? Uh-oh. Now, this is a tricky spot. This is so tricky. I don't know. Raheem's got $0 in live earnings, right? So we don't know on what sort of level he thinks about the game. But when the chip leader raises the button, and you have ace-jack suited,
Now you ready?
it's
Now
such
double check him
a
now.
tricky
Now I'm ready.
spot. Because really, if you're playing for chips,
Yeah,
you should be re-raising.
And of course, it is a king high flop favoring Jack Sinclair. The gut shot for Raheem, who has checked. Sinclair continues. Raheem calls.
I think it's totally reasonable to peel one there, see if you can hit an ace, hit a club, hit a queen. I think at this point, you got to just let it go.
Checks a second time. I don't think Sinclair is going to allow any free cards here.
Dubbelen.
I think jacks as a hand get way more bad press than they should. Ace-jack is the one that really deserves all the bad press.
Along with king-jack. 3.5 is the turn bet from Sinclair, and at this point I feel that Raheem has to wave the white flag of surrender and ditch ace-jack.
You got to go. You got to go.
Does indeed fold, and the net result of that hand is that Jack Sinclair
Not this time.
has officially moved over the 50 million mark. In fact, he has 53.2 million. He's closing in on 90 big blinds. Oh, scratch that. The blinds are up. 400,000, 800,000 now.
Good old clock problems. Who could have guessed?
Yeah, our next break is in 5 hours.
5 hours.
So there will be a break in 60 minutes. At 4-8, what are we looking at? Sinclair 66 bigs. I'm looking at the fact that we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 9 players, Joe, at this final table are officially in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Raheem and Bruns, 16 bigs each. Suring, 13 bigs. Buaxa, 11 bigs. Asperov, 10 bigs. I'd be very surprised if we got through another hour without losing a player.
The first hour was surprising enough to not lose a player. Folds around to Rick Van Bruggen. King 10 off on the button. Now, this is a position you can play King 10. Suited, unsuited. You kind of have to. And Van Bruggen is just putting in.
Wake up with it.
Show me fun.
The small and big blinds.
Please.
Raheem with 16 bigs folds whatever that was. Buaxa. What's that song from the 90s or 2000s that goes, wah-ah-ah-ah? That's kind of his name. What is that, Tool? Slipknot? One of those two? Buaxa-ah-ah-ah. Okay, maybe not. Anyway, raise and take. It gets through. I hate to say it, but Raheem was better off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Folding.
Please get a coffee, a drink.
Fuck, I thought the wages was coming. I just asked my
Never
friend.
too late, never too early to start looking ahead
Gotta wake up.
to future events. And as exciting as Barcelona is, we really are falling all over ourselves for the return of the PCA, the PSPC Part 2 at Baja Mar. New Platinum Pass winners. New resort. January in the Bahamas. And my guess is if we're doing a couple of fun little streams here from Barcelona, whatever happens in January is going to be even bigger and better than this.
Looking forward to it. I mean, by the time that event rolls around, Joe, it will have been 4 years since we had a PCA.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that we will have that kind of mix of nostalgia and an old destination combined with that new venue.
I've made no secret of this. I love hotels. It's one of the things I love most about this job. I genuinely love staying in hotels. I'm stoked. We are going to get to stay at Baja Mar, right? I don't want to like talk about how excited I am, and then we're staying at the Best Western across the street. I don't know.
I think that's all to be negotiated and sorted. So.
B Zephyr says, Joe, you looking forward to the showdown? What is that?
That is True Geordie's Showdown. That's the game you're playing in tomorrow night.
I'm looking forward to that, mostly because I technically have the night off from commentary.
Wow. Raheem just won a pot.
He's like, well, clap, guys. Where's my rail?
They're eating.
The crowd goes mild.
Is this a coffee, brother? What is this? Oh, that's for him. Bro, okay, I'll get a cappuccino, Americano, and a Red Bull. Cappuccino, Americano, Red Bull. This way
I like it.
Fuck.
So yeah, this new blind level is definitely putting the pressure on all but two of the players at this final table.
Yeah.
You got Jack Sinclair and Rick Van Bruggen with playable stacks. Everyone else kind of like, I shouldn't really do anything right now other than fold.
Hours, because like the first.
Please don't give me aces.
What do you mean? 5 in the morning we left. They won at 5 in the morning, bro.
Fun comment here from Chad McVean, who says PSPC is going to be awesome. Any reason why you
started
think
the event at 8 p.m.
It might be particularly awesome for Chad?
Because he has a Platinum Pass and will be playing in it.
And how did he win that Platinum Pass?
I believe he was a guest on the Poker in the Ears podcast, Joe.
Yeah, so all I'm trying to say is listen to the Poker in the Ears podcast and good things might happen to you.
We've given away our Platinum Pass. We don't have another one.
We give away something every single week on the show.
That is true. We do give away tickets, tournament tickets. We also have some new merch, and I'm really, really thrilled about some of the stuff we're going to be able to give away. And as we teased recently, when we're doing our WCOOP live streams next month, when we're back in Vision, I'll show you some of that merch.
Excellent. Anyway, my point is people should be listening to the Poker in the Ears podcast. Now's a great time to catch up.
Oh my gosh.
On old episodes before we get going again.
I mean, you're asking people to watch 12 hours a day of us talking and then in their downtime listen to us talking?
Yeah, they love it.
I'm so sorry. Bodanov, ace-queen, raises from the small blind. Queen-jack for Kyle Ho in the big. That is a defend.
Both of these guys are like, oh, do we have to?
Well, we got a couple of strawberries. Bodanov, 91% favorite with ace-high and the flush draw.
Is there an argument to just shoving pre-flop small to big and getting a hand to side call you? Maybe, I don't know. Like, if this flop comes jack high with no hearts, like, don't you just wish that you had shoved pre-flop? I met 2 different super fans, at least in Edinburgh last week. Came to various shows, former podcast super fans.
All in?
Now the all in.
That was a curious lead there, or curious bet rather, from Kyle Ho, who's now dropped down to 12 big blinds, and Bodanov moves up to nearly 30 big blinds, kind of puts some distance between himself and this group of players who, I mean, any one of them could be the first player out, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, Bodanov back up to almost 30 big blinds, which is going to feel, I mean, I was going to say, it's going to feel like being third in chips. It literally is being third in chips.
And look how short everyone else is. A reminder that we are at the 400, 800 blind level right now. So 8.7 million sounds impressive. It ain't. 10 bigs.
So when I said, is there an argument for shoving their pre-flop, someone on YouTube agreed with me, which leads me to think maybe I was wrong.
Definitely. By the way, Bjorn Bruns, you'll notice the patches. Bjorn won his seat in this Estrellas main event via a €109 qualifier.
That's cool.
That's really cool. I mean, significant return on investment. I mean, in for $109 and already guaranteed $55,500. If you can ladder up to six-figure score, 121K.
I feel like I would ladder up to 6, and then once I hit 6 figures, then I'd start playing bad. I'd be like, I got 6 figures.
Yeah. Ace Queen has opened. Jack Sinclair and Suring is defending the big blind with a dominated hand. Queen 9 of spades. The flop gives us King Jack 4 with 1 heart. Sinclair 86% favorite.
Oh man, a 10 would be so sick here. Did anybody fold a 10? Right, 10 would be 9, 10, Queen, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King. That's
right
straight.
from my apartment, because I'm renting an Airbnb like downtown.
Yep.
Right down from my apartment, there was a cab right sitting there, buddy. Right into him, boys, nothing, man, just washed up, like, phew. Because I got up, I'm like, what? How's it 105 or 110 already? Like, how? Because every day I've been get up, like, I can only sleep for 2 hours. This was the first day I was able to sleep in, bro. Amazing. But it's okay, man. All of it. All happens for a reason, bro. The other day, the same thing happened. I thought it was a lunch break. They said it was lunch break, but really it was just a 20-minute break. That's when I first got my first big chips, bro, you know? I'm gone for an hour and a half. I come back, they've been playing an hour and a half. I'm like, what the fuck is going on, guys?
Oh, the rotation on the river.
Now it's lunch break. He said, yeah, go eat. He didn't say go have a munchie. He said, go eat, like, go have your dinner. Because that day was crazy, because I told you 5 o'clock in the morning we finished. I thought at midnight it should be dinner time, you know what I mean? Even in my head was thinking it's dinner time. We started at 8, so I figured 4 or 5 hours, maybe. We're going to go on. But no, man, it was like...
way to get zero value, Hendrik Suring.
That's when like I ran all the day stacks. So I was like, I could have busted if I wasn't.
I mean, there's a 4-card flush out there. It wasn't exactly the easiest spot to bet.
Good reason.
5th pair.
Yeah. Exactly. That was the whole. Brother, you gonna? Okay. I pay you later or what? When? What? Okay. Perfect. This time it's okay. Thank you very much.
Pay him after the dinner break.
Beautiful. Thank you, my friend.
They're all yours, man. I just want 1 coffee.
Okay, perfect. Thanks,
I mean, now that I'm hearing Ahmad talk a little bit, I'm thinking it's more of like a him thing than an us thing.
Oh, it's definitely a him thing.
Yeah.
But I still love the guy, and I really hope he does well.
Like, he had strong Griffin Benger vibes when he was running to the table, strong Adam Levy vibes, and I'm like, these are people that are, it's not us, it's them.
Ace-5 for Jack Sinclair. It's open to 1.6. Don't even think about it, bro. Just muck the 7-4. Rounds the blinds. Hendrik Søring in the small with Queen 4. And Johan Asperov, who's now down to 8 big blinds, folds 7-3. It's raise and take it for Sinclair, who increases his chip lead.
Do you think we would ever go back to cards down coverage and allowed people to like bet on what the hands are so some of these chat pros can put their money where their mouths are?
No, but I appreciate the suggestion.
Like this one from Wicked TNT. Why risky? The way Sinclair bet was obvious he is not on a flush draw. Like I would love for people to actually, if you want to say something like that, you know, just like $1. 50 cents, and then when you lose, it just puts the like you know they have badges next to your name on Twitch. Just a wrong badge, wrong. Chat Pro down $4.50 in this broadcast.
Sinclair opening with Ace-5. Boaxa all in with kings, can't really do anything else. 10 big blinds.
Wakasaka.
And Sinclair will fold. Boaxa suddenly leapfrogs into 4th from the bottom, but I mean, as I said, all these guys bunched up. 15 bigs, 14 bigs, 12 bigs, 7 bigs.
We do have a Chat Pro Saturday coming up, Tom. But the last Chat Pro Saturday we had was like the final table of the main event, and I decided that I wasn't going to push Chat Pro Saturday because of how important a day it was.
Believe you proposed it, and I shot it down immediately. I mean, Saturday of next week will be the penultimate day of the EPT main. It's the day when we get from 2 tables to the final table. It's a very emotional day for a lot of players. So again, I will consider it, but I will not guarantee that anything goes.
Chat's been really good, James. They've been really good for like the last hour.
Ace-4 offsuit.
You a mad bro?
And that
I love him.
Is a raise.
I loved her lair.
1.8. Round to the blinds. Bjorn is in the small.
You had some coffee, right?
Lots of it.
I like this one from J.
You need
Mash.
some, I think.
Ace-4, snot rockets.
No.
Think about it.
No. Horrible.
Snot rockets.
Stop it. Ooh, hello. Top pair, nut flush draw. 50-50 off to the flop.
Yikes. Yikes. I mean, this is about as David and Goliath as it gets. Jack Sinclair, WSOP main event Europe champion, main event America final tableist.
Correct.
All of the chips versus dude with $0 in live earnings, top pair versus nut flush draw and an overcard.
The turn card is the King of Hearts. So it was 2 million on the flop. That was the continuation bet from Raheem, flattered by Sinclair. 8.8 million in the middle now. Raheem, the effective stack, with 11.7 behind.
And Raheem is going to come out swinging. Going to fire a second time. Virtual in? How much is that?
I mean, this is going to be committing, right?
Can I get a count? Had 11 million, bets 4.5. Okay, so more than a third of his stack. Is going to have like a third of a pot bet left behind if Sinclair calls this, which he does.
Absolutely. So this pot, I think, might be the biggest we've seen so far today. 17.8 million. Raheem was 7.2 behind. One card to come. It is always coming 7, a card that does not help Raheem.
Our draw did come in, right? The 7. It's not one that someone's likely going to have in this spot. It's going to be a spade most of the time. Like, it's not like you're going to have a straight draw on that board very often.
Raheem deciding whether he wants to bluff this. He doesn't. He checks it back, and we see Jack Sinclair win another pot, a huge pot of nearly 18 million chips, and Sinclair now closing in on the 60 million chip mark as Raheem drops down to fewer than 10 big blinds. And I remember, Joe, when we only had 8 players, Raheem third in chips, we said a few times he may not be at the table, but it's unlikely he'll be the first player out. Now he's at the table. There's a very strong chance he will be the first player out.
Yeah, things have gotten pretty grim since he's gotten here.
Sinclair playing around 75 big blinds. A little bit of distance now between him and Rick van Bruggen, who's second on the leaderboard. Van Bruggen, the only other player who really can play comfortably with 55 bigs.
And the sad fact is that if Raheem had slept another hour, he would have more chips right now.
I'm going to reorganize this to make it easier. I was thinking I wanted everyone to be able to see it from any angle, but it's not actually that easy.
If we can focus on the positive, and what a day Jack Sinclair is having.
Absolutely.
How about that?
Wasn't expecting
Absolutely.
it to
But also, whatever result Ahmed Raheem puts up today, it is a positive. Your first live cash is going to be at least 55,500 euros for a final table finish in the biggest live event in PokerStars history.
Nandis Poker says, all luck to Raheem.
Well, it's Bodanov who's opened here with ace-8 suited. Jack Sinclair has folded the small blind, so it's just Rick van Bruggen in the big blind left to act. 10-7 off.
This Bruggen guy.
Raise and take it for the Ukrainian player. Ranat was in Monte Carlo earlier this year, played the 2K FPS high roller and came second in that event for 187,460 euros.
Wow.
Has nearly $500,000 in live earnings, is a professional poker player, is ranked number 28 on the Ukrainian all-time money list. If he were to win this event, he'd be inside the top 15.
Put it in. Now, gamble. No gamble, no future now. I should have pushed that, but I swear already.
The real oak. So how come that the total chip amount does not reflect the total value of buy-ins?
Ooh.
Starting stack 30,000, 6,313 entries.
You play it right,
Number of
bro.
chips in play,
You always play it
6,313 multiplied by 30,000.
Nothing. You don't have the stocks to keep maneuvering.
I think that maybe
Push him all in, he pulled Jack 9 there.
this
Okay,
know-it-all
you know?
thinks that there's a 1-to-1 ratio from buy-ins to chips.
Oh, let's hope we can.
No.
Unfortunately, double through the little guys right now.
Pocket fives all in, and everyone else folds.
Oh, Raheem's rail made it. Both of them.
And I was going to say, just in time.
Mr. Worldwide on the rail for Raheem.
We've reached hand 30
Svetim.
of the final table.
10 bigs. Very correct. Hayde.
Bjorn Bruns with Jack 9.
Da, ja znam, to je Juka.
So Sinclair trying to raise with King 6, but Boaxa will resist with Ace King.
Bata era din put, din put, Muru. Всеки път.
Like it a lot.
Always a nice hand.
Ahmad Rahim is officially the shortest stack at the final table. He has 6 big blinds.
Listen.
Right one.
I mean, I'd take one of them out for you. Just wait.
You want to take one for the team, you know, as a chief leader. Need to.
It's okay. I like this side of the table.
I understand.
We're like a team, you know. We play.
Okay.
Okay.
We wait and you do the job. Okay.
No, it is not a team competition. Nor are we going to work together to achieve certain outcomes.
Unless that outcome is for everyone to have fun.
That is allowed, I believe.
Yo, who is the biggest name out of these guys? Looks like Rick Van Bruggen probably has the most letters.
Well, Van Bruggen's got Ace King in the cutoff here.
This Bruggen guy.
The raise is to 1.6 million. And pocket fours for Renat Bodanov. And I would be thinking right now, Joe, I have 30 bigs, and there are like 6 players with fewer than 20 bigs. No. Now that might be incorrect.
I
guess
I don't think you can rip it in, but you can certainly just complete and...
Yes, yes.
Oh my goodness!
That is what I would not recommend doing.
Oh my goodness!
Flatting, seeing a flop, reasonable. Ripping it here in this situation with all those short stacks.
Holy.
Not optimal.
Let's see it anyway.
I understand why Van Bruggen hasn't snap called, by the way.
Yes.
This screams strength.
This is like 10s plus. The Bodanov cocktail. In through the window. Making a lot with a little. The call has been made.
And we are off to the races. Classic race underway at the final table. A race I did not expect to see. Considering the stacks of the other players, is Bodanov right to rip here with fours? Okay, gets it in as a 56% favorite, but this is a huge flip for him to be taking.
Like Bitcoin versus Ethereum, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. That might be a little dated.
Ace high flop. And now there is a 90% chance that we lose Renat Bodanov in 9th place. No sailboat on the turn. 2 outs for Bodanov on the river. Four of clubs or the 4 of spades needed for Bodanov to survive. It's a 5 of spades, and we do lose our first player from this final table. It is Renat Bodanov from Ukraine, who cashes out in 9th place for 55,500 euros, taking us down to 8. Not the player I expected to go out first, Joe, and I don't like to be too critical of players, but that was a questionable shot.
With this game, like the way I see people playing, I'm starting like. Whatever. Like, what did you think you have there when you're raising it?
I think the reaction of the players there kind of says it all. Folks a little surprised. Bodanov bought the farm on that one.
You have no money invested in that farm.
I thought he might have, yeah, I don't know what he's, I don't know, man.
I can't judge him.
I do think
where he is.
Anyway,
I can't judge him.
you're welcome.
That's it. That's all I can say. Thanks, bro.
It's good for our friend.
Good for us too.
Yeah.
Our friend and us. Why not us, brother?
it's very difficult to balance that tightrope all day long, right? And not play anything and not do anything and not make any moves. And all of, I can understand why your emotion, your sort of anxiety gets the better of you, and you decide you just need to rip it in.
I just should have moved on ace 4 and ace jack twice. I called 3 times.
I mean, everyone at the table very much thinking, thank you.
Yeah.
They've all laddered up. All of these 6 big blind, 10 big blind, 11 big blind stacks have all now locked up at least 72 grand. Rick Van Bruggen, by the way, has taken the chip lead.
This Bruggen guy?
Zo teleurgesteld.
Wow.
Like 26 or something.
What's up?
Lots of money.
What's going on? What, you just got in or what? You just got in? I know, man. I wasn't. Fuck.
More Canadian accents, please.
So yes, confirmation that Jack Sinclair is no longer the final table boss. Rick Van Bruggen now playing 87 big, Sinclair 72. And there are all the short stacks we're talking about. 17, 16, 14, 12, 10, 6.
Can I get a pay table chart?
It is shallow unless you're talking about the players in the first and second position. And I would be surprised if we get through another 28 minutes before the break without losing at least one other player. Or at least there isn't some consolidation, some double ups maybe.
Not sure I agree with Dimstab on YouTube, who says the call was worse than the shove. I think the call took about the amount of time it should. Careful consideration, thinking about what possibly could be the shove here. But then also, why shove for that much if you have a monster too, right? I mean, it didn't make a lot of sense no matter what kind of hand you had. It's bad luck just seeing a thing like that.
But here we are, 8 players remaining, competing for that first prize of 600,000 euros, plus the trophy you see to the right of the screen. The winner of the Estrellas main event, a 1K buy-in with 6,313 entries, a record-breaking tournament to kick things off here in Barcelona in 2022.
I think
this one's 72.
We have locked 72.
And then
next one, I don't know.
90 something.
Yeah, I guess.
It's not on that page anymore?
It's not there.
If I was Renat Bodnop, by the way, I'm going to leave my phone off for the next couple days.
Еми, може да го видите, защото ние нямаме телефони.
I'm not going to want to hear the opinions on that one.
Action folded to one of the 2 big stacks. Jack Sinclair, he's out. Chip leader Rick van Bruggen folds. Ahmad Rahim has 6 big blinds. King 5.
Hey, I got one.
Welcome to that seat. Nothing good, huh?
Nothing good.
Traxian asks, any advice on how to get better at live poker, table etiquette, and all that?
Here? You're the Canadian?
That's me.
You're Canadian? Where in Canada, brother?
Vancouver.
You're from Van too? Nice.
Oh, you're from Vancouver?
West Van, yeah.
Oh.
But my family's in Edmonton, so I'm between.
Oh.
Yeah, but I live in West Van.
You guys know how Canada got its name, right?
Yes, we do, Joe. So carry on answering the question that somebody asked you.
How do you get better at live
I've never seen you anywhere.
I do a little bit, but more house games.
Yeah, I play house games too.
Do you?
I'm surprised we haven't bumped into each other.
Host games.
Weird.
They play host games and the coach.
I play PLO though.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, man. I'm not in the PLO.
So you know Desmond then, no?
Desmond?
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he just introduced me to the other guy that has that on Broughton there. We've been playing a lot of 2 cards though they play, bro.
On Broadway or?
What's his name?
Bird?
The Asian kid, man. I just forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's Canadian, his name's
also have a
Gordy.
roulette game in there or whatever.
Red triangle of death for Kyle Ho, shoving small to big. And Suring has a decision here with Jack 10 suited.
I don't think it's a decision.
It's not all into call.
Literally, it's a decision, but figuratively, this is a fold.
I don't know. What do the charts say?
The chart says Ahmad Rahim.
Oh, yeah. 4 bigs.
Anyway, I was going to answer that question real quick. Just play more. That's it. That's all you can do. It's intimidating to sit at a poker table, etiquette and all that. You just got to do it. Doesn't mean you have to do it for a lot of money. You can do it for play money. You can do it with friends. I'm not saying that in any way. But if what you're caring about is experience at the table, etiquette, how to move the chips, how to act, practice makes perfect. It's the same way you get to Carnegie Hall.
Yeah. By the way, I'm glad we've got so many people enjoying the live coverage from Barcelona. First of 8 days of live streaming from this event. But also a little bit surprised that some people think this is our first event back. Clearly missed our streams from Prague and Monte Carlo earlier this year. But hey, better late than never, guys. We're going to be in London in October. We'll be streaming from Prague in December. More EPT 2022 coverage coming your way. And then, of course, in the new year, we will be going back to the Bahamas because we have got PCA 2023, which will be hosting the 2nd ever PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
Okay.
10 bigs.
Yes.
I feel like Queen 10 with her 6 big blinds could have been a get in. I mean, you're in late position, so you don't have that many players to get through, but also, you know, you got a couple more hands before you're in the big blind again.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Never mind. Definitely a slam dunk fold.
American Airlines is soaring high. The raise is to 2.3 million. Asperov in the big blind announces all in with Queen Jack. Snap call by Suring.
Oh my goodness.
And Asperov is the at-risk player who is way behind here.
6 big blinds.
Да. Mamacita.
All right. Positive thinking. Looking for some ladies. Looking for the mamacita. Plural. It's going to take more than one.
Cheer, boys. Cheer for your boy, man. Cheer. Cheer for the boy.
Asperov needs a lady and a ladle.
Yeah, cheer. Something. Fucking dead rail. What the heck is this? Oh, he wants the ace from space.
Pretty undramatic flop. Ace is looking very strong right now. 96% chance that we lose. Johan Asperov.
It's really bad news, and the best thing for you on that flop is an offsuit 9.
Rainbow.
Okay.
Oh, we do have a miniature sweat now.
The 9 becomes a factor.
Yes, 2 outs. The 2 remaining 10s in the deck.
Bang! Ooh.
Board pairs on the river, and that will see the elimination of the Bulgarian player, Johan Asperov, in 8th place.
Good job, amigo.
Johan cashing for 72,170 euros, and we're down to 7.
6 big blinds.
Great laddering by Ahmed Rahim, who's now locked up 94k near enough.
The more of those 10k blocks they give us here,
Very strong performance.
I think that despite looking less egregious, again, you can just see a flop there with Queen Jack suited.
Не, 3 хил сме рейзна. Трябваше, ма как да ги хвърля, бе, вратов? Дали я флатна и да зарова, после пак е накрил.
And then there were 7. And yes, as Joe continuously references, Ahmed Rahim has 6 big blinds. Bjorn Bruns, the qualifier, has 12. Kyle Ho, 14. Simon Boax at 17, so still plenty of short stacks. Even after that hand, Hendrik Suring still only got 24 big blinds.
I was going to say, if this trend continues, Hendrik Suring's going to shove ace-8 this hand.
Schneehund wanting some behind-the-scenes reveals. From
Are
the
we allowed to answer this? We can answer this?
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about this frequently on the podcast. For the cut-together coverage of such events, do you record new commentary or do you use the live commentary? It depends, the classic poker answer. If we're talking about just highlights, compilations that appear on YouTube, that will use existing commentary. But if it's TV shows, no, we will record new commentary for those.
What James said is almost exactly accurate. What'll happen is, if it's something we're not recording new commentary for, they'll get James to record over the dumb thing I'm usually saying during the hand that doesn't make any sense out of context. So they'll re-record parts of it.
Might be some pickups, you're right, just to smooth some transitions and get rid of comments that don't make any sense out of context.
Like reading that question.
Yes, that would go.
Draxian asks, anyone satellite into this? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Bjorn Bruns qualified for $109. We got another all-in, Joe. Kyle Ho has shoved with ace-jack. What will you say to that?
6 big. I will especially say it if someone calls in the blinds.
Oh, if I know you're from Van now, that's it, bro. We got a route for the 604, G. What part of Van, you said?
Yes.
Where in Van you live?
I live in Coquitlam.
Coquitlam? Yeah, just a pay jump.
Yeah, the next one is 93,800.
93?
And then 121,900.
So players just being informed of the payout structure. Not 100% sure why it's gone from the clock that they have line of sight on. But yeah, just so you guys know, next player out 93,800. Sixth place 121,970. 158.5K for fifth. 206,000 for fourth. 268K for third. 377K for the runner-up. 600K for the winner.
600 even.
Even.
Now that I know that it can be even, that's just going to make me mad when it's not.
Normally, the first prize in a major live event is a round number.
It's usually like 600 and then like 810 euros. The fact that it's 600,000 is suspect.
Jack Sinclair loves a chocolate eclair, and he loves to raise Jack 5 from the small. On this occasion, though, he's just completed.
It feels like there should be another part to that rhymes with small. He got his Simpson shirt at the mall. Something like that.
Rick Van Bruggen will see a free flop and has paired his 3. So it is a case of domination rotation in the chip leader's favor. So Time Hunt, what you refer to as the HUD, or we refer to as graphics, do show the blinds and antes at the start of every single hand.
Yeah, so take it easy.
And I am a great believer that there has to be a balance in the amount of information that you put on screen and not bombarding people with stats, numbers, and covering the screen with graphics.
Hey, bro?
Expensive.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's a poker
that's why
game, not
this one was almost gonna
mad
go
money
king
with
six,
Jim
six,
Cramer.
six, my flop was king 6-8 or whatever it was. Yes. The last one was almost going in, but I had no investment in it, so.
So hand 38 about to begin.
No investment in it.
Oh.
3.6 million.
What do we know about Rick?
Well, we know he's a pro player. We know he's from the Netherlands, 27 years old, specializes in live cash games, and live earnings of 20K, and that's $20,000, will be well eclipsed by a score at the final table today. So Sinclair has been folded to him on the button, 8-7 off.
certainly understand wanting to play a pot with Jack 10. No longer have to worry about being out chipped by Jack Sinclair. However, you're out of position. If you flat here and Ahmad decides to shove for 4 big blinds, then the betting action is open again. Right?
That is a good point. So it is going to be a re-raise from the chip leader. And Bruggen 3-betting out of the small blind to 7 million, which means it's all into call for Ahmed Rahim, who seems to be thinking about it.
I mean, you might think you're live in this spot with Jack 7. You've got a lot of your chips already in there. And he does. He does call all in. Wait. The hand's not over yet, right? Wait. Oh, we did it fold. Okay.
Yeah. Jack Sinclair folds. Rahim all in and dominated with Jack 7 against Jack 10.
Because it's been like that. I can't say otherwise.
4. Oh, wait. No, he's the guy. Okay. Is it always coming 7?
Yeah, but the next round I'm out anyways. Too much blinds, right? Because I have to give the big blind next, and I have 2 million left. So it's like, that's the next blind. I have a little bit of money from you, a little bit from me. Let's try it. Too bad you had the jack with me, though.
Good luck.
Okay, it could be worse.
Could be better.
That's optimistic. It definitely could be worse. I mean, we got what? A runner, straight draw. 7s are still alive. And,
1 7 is still live.
Sorry. 7 is still live. It is always coming the last 7.
You got chop odds.
Yeah, there is.
Yes, opportunities have emerged on the turn. So a 14% chance of survival for Ahmed Rahim.
Deuce.
But that 10 on the river seals his fate, and he will finish in 7th place. The Canadian cashing for 92,800 euros. Question, how much would he be cashing for if he hadn't got out of bed?
I feel like the universe kind of evened out there. Like, he went down to like a super short set quick, but then laddered up twice anyway. So I feel like almost no harm, no foul there either way.
My phone was on silent, and my sleep was worth all the money in the world, baby.
You keep telling yourself that.
With 6 players remaining, everyone is now locked up more than 100 grand. 121,970 euros for the next player out. We still have 3 shorties. Bruns on 13 bigs. Boaxa on 15 bigs. Carl Ho on 16 bigs. 10 minutes on this blind level. And Rick van Bruggen closing in on the 100 big blind mark.
T10 asks, he lost all his money? No, did not lose all his money. Won a bunch of money, in fact. Did lose all of his chips. Different situation in tournament poker. Chips do not equal money. Not 1-to-1 at least.
Jack Sinclair raising from the cutoff with Queen 9.
Okay, so now that Rahim is gone,
yeah,
things change a little bit.
It does. And these 3 players, Ho, Boaxa, and Bruns, are all pretty much grouped together, so I can understand wanting to play. And Boaxa, with the best hand, goes heads up to the flop against Jack Sinclair, and that's solid. Top pair. 1 club on board. Sinclair with second pair. Crash zoom.
How long we have break after the?
How long the break is?
Yes, 20.
I'll just check.
Okay. Oh, du hast lost.
What? What? Oh. Jumped it? I need to see the payment.
So the way this hand's actually playing out is that Buaksa might win a reasonable pot here and more than he would have if he shoved pre-flop, but it kind of feels like when the chip leader's raising and I have ace-6 suited and there's no one really to out-ladder anymore, I might just get that hand all in pre-flop.
Yeah. So Sinclair not slowing down on the turn. His C-bet on the flop was 800K, min bet. But now he's gone big, 2.5 million on the turn. Buaksa calls. The river card is the 7 of spades.
Nice.
So Buaksa does improve to a straight. Didn't need to improve, but probably feeling a little bit more comfortable now.
Yeah.
Extra confidence. And I wonder if Sinclair stops at this point.
Plenty of showdown value.
Yeah.
The things that you're not beating are things that might not fold to you. Obviously, the straight is not folding. And it's possible that an ace may not fold.
It's a straighty, flushy board as
Yeah.
well, and it was a spade that came in on the river. And Simon Buaksa is going to win this pot. And that is a huge boost to his stack. Buaksa now up to 23 bigs, meaning it's Kyle Ho and Bjorn Bruns fighting for last place at the moment.
This guy on YouTube who's written silly check and stupid check. I'm going to let it fly, but only because your first name is Auntie. So you must be a poker expert. I like Bandit's comment here that it was a horny check. More accurate than stupid check.
So round Sinclair again. Not going to play this hand. Chip leader Rick van Bruggen. Ace-9 offsuit.
Rack, 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 rack.
And he announces all in, which is basically shoving on the blinds. Buaksa and Ho, both of whom fold.
Salem asks, when's the next break? It's at the end of the level. Thank you for your question.
Which is in 5 minutes' time. You don't have to be obtuse with everyone.
Remember when I used to be the nice one?
Yeah.
I was like, no, it's okay. Hey, shh, don't listen to James.
What
don't
happened?
listen to James. I think in general, it's more like I answer people that way when it seems like they're asking questions just for the sake of asking them.
I think that's a fair question, though. When are the players going on break? Because this has been a long session. It's been 2 hours, near enough. And bear in mind also, it took 15 minutes to get the action started because we waited for a guy who was still in bed. It's been a while. So, yeah, in 4.5 minutes, we will take a break. I believe it's a 20-minute break, and then we'll resume. I imagine with 6 players, but it's not impossible that we lose someone else before we get to the end of this level.
See? I think this is the way you got to do it. one of the chip leaders, raises in late position. You got an ace.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. See, this is a question that's just asking a question for the sake of asking a question, or it's because Jack Jackson hasn't looked at the graphics on the screen. How many players left?
The ones who are still remaining. All of them. All of the ones who are still remaining. Thank you for your question.
Great to see Director of Photography Bruce Baggles front and center, overseeing his domain.
Great to see him, and great to see his calves. So smooth.
All those years of surfing.
The salt water just rubs the hair right off eventually.
King Queen for Suring in the small blind. Has short stack Bjorn Bruns in the big.
There you go.
Triangle me dealer. And looks like Bruns has folded the King Deuce. Next hand.
It is weird how the dynamic of the table tends to like go together, right? We had a lot of sort of weird play when there was a short stack, and now everyone's sort of figured out the new dynamic is if you got a hand, get it in. Shove on the small stacks, shove on the big stacks. Auntie says all in, nice. So Auntie approves of that one.
I mean, if you were brought up with a poker-related name, you better know your poker.
One of the many reasons I'm never going to have children is because I would really struggle to not name my first son or daughter Ace.
Snowmen's, num num.
Num num. Or snowmen's.
If you had twins, you could call them the Snowmen's.
The Snowmen's. Ace Queen, maybe. Boy and a girl.
Sinclair knocks little piggy off his chips, makes the call, heads up to the flop. And that flop is 4-4-3, pretty solid for the eights.
Solid, easily see-bettable.
I think I take this.
And you don't even have to worry about the big blind having that many fours.
We play a hand, I let it.
Perfect.
So 30 seconds left on the clock, Joe. The next hand, which will be hand 44 of the final table, will take us into the break. During the break, we're going to give you the opportunity to relive one of our EPT retro broadcasts during 2020 when there were no live poker events. Joe and I, with some special guests, looked back at EPTs of yesteryear, and we revisited the original final table, the home of the first flop, Alexander Stevich's victory here in 2004, the first ever EPT main event. If you want to witness some key hands from that event, we'll play them during the break, and then we'll come back and continue playing down to a winner in this record-breaking Estrellas main.
2004, before GTO, before ICM, before the internet even existed. Wild times.
Suring raises with tens here. Sinclair with Queen Jack in the small. Van
Thank you.
Bruggen with ace-9.
Got a real hand developing here.
Clock. Well, that is a call from Van Bruggen. We have got three-way action. Haven't seen a lot of that today. The flop is king high. King, tray, deuce. So 10's still ahead. Action has been checked to Suring.
There goes one. There goes two.
So Suring wins the last hand of the level, the last hand of the session. Blinds will be up when we come back. Blinds will be going to 500,000 and a million with a 1 million big blind ante, and the human calculator is already chuckling.
Limbering my brain up. Let's go.
And suffice to say, it becomes even shallower. Not bad news for Rick Van Bruggen. He's got 75 big blinds, but Sinclair is no longer that comfortable on 44. Everyone else with a sub-25 big blind stack. Bjorn Bruns now in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
We will resume the action in around 20 minutes' time. Meanwhile, we're going retro and taking you back to Barcelona 2004. More live action just around the corner from the PokerStars European Poker Tour here in Barcelona.
James, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but which chip is bigger, the purple or the green?
Oh, that's a good question. I did say it at the beginning, didn't I?
It must be green, because there's purple in the middle.
Purples are 100, greens are 1,000, okay. Browns are 5,000. Here comes Alex Stevic. But he does have another pretty junky hand, though, 7-4.
But he's got all the chips, right? So yeah, not all of them, it looks like.
Well,
looks like he's the chip leader, so opening light. All right, I'll allow it.
Well, Roback is the other big stack at the table. What a flop for Roback. All the equity under the sun.
Please tell me it goes running diamonds. I mean, look, Stevic has 2 piles of chips.
Stevic continuing for 14K.
So all options available to Roback. Yeah, well, raise, obviously, fine, totally fine.
He has announced raise, and we see a check raise to 50,000.
Alex better give him a couple of good looks to let him know he won't be pushed around. What's he doing? Why does he have chips?
Raise. Oh my God, he's re-raising!
Okay, all right.
Oh, this is awesome.
I mean, look, it would work sometimes.
Okay,
a non-zero percentage of the time, this would work.
Okay, at best, this is bold. At worst, it's button clicking. Crucially, how do you respond if you're Roback? You have got a straight flush draw.
Okay, so something that we're actually not thinking about that we should be is ICM Considerations. I don't know how big of a deal it was then, but these are the two biggest stacks. Like, this is totally unnecessary.
Well, the re-raise from Stevic was to 160,000. I thought Roback may shove there. He just calls. The turn pairs the board, king of clubs. We can see that Roback is still a huge favorite, a 9-1 favorite.
I absolutely hate calling there. Personally, I just can't ever call there because you can't. Now what do you do? Like, this is one of the worst cards possible.
Well, he checks, and Stevic is loading up for another bluff. Bear in mind, his re-raise on the flop was to 160k. This is a bet of 60k. This is pretty small in relation to the pot.
Change. Remember how you said part of it was bold, part
and a
of it
fold.
was button clicking? I'm going to call it bold button clicking.
Oh, look, and he gets a round of applause for everyone for pulling off that amazing bluff.
Yeah, I'd be pretty tilted too.
I told you to play the flops. Didn't I tell you? I know, 8-9. He has 8-9.
He did not have 8-9.
8-9, for sure.
And the blinds are up. 5,000, 10,000.
I miss some of this creativity. I miss creatively peeling your cards. I miss creatively stacking your chips.
So it's a 3x raise from Roback with ace queen of hearts. And there is a shove from O'Callaghan with 7 deuce.
Wait, what?
Okay.
This is just for the lulls, right?
O'Callaghan at risk and slightly behind.
They knew about 7 deuce back then, right?
Maybe the 7 deuce game was being played.
It wasn't like seatbelts and smoking while pregnant. They knew that 7 deuce was a bad hand.
Oh my God, it has always been coming 7.
Oh my goodness. At Roback, hold on. You got 1%.
Also, O'Callaghan's the at-risk player. Oh, hello. Hello. Ah, a little bit of hope flashed at him, but I think Roback is still going to have chips. That was a big double up for David O'Callaghan. Ace 4 of diamonds for David O'Callaghan. He's all in.
That makes sense to me.
Luca Pagano has ace-jack in the big blind. And he's going to call all in, so Luca at risk, but he does have the best hand.
Domination Nation.
Ace 4 of diamonds. Luca's all in with ace, jack of hearts. Flop comes 4.
Oh, it's a 4 on the flop. And I fear, Joe, this is where the trend starts. This begins a narrative that will become prevalent on the EPT for the next 10 or so years. Luca Pagano gets done dirty. And he is out in 3rd place. His first cash of many on the European Poker Tour in the inaugural event. 20,000 euros for his 3rd place finish.
Chip count is 600,000.
domination nation situation. All kinds of paint.
So Stevic raises to 85,000. O'Callaghan calls, and once again it's domination nation. And it's a queen high flop.
Is now the time for justice.
Justice.
Alexander bets 135,000.
Go.
David calls.
Really tough to tell the size of Stevic's stack with his chips all over the place.
5 queen deuce, turn card.
Oh, this is going to be impossible for O'Callaghan to escape from now.
GNGG.
All in and a call. And for the third time, by my calculations, Stevic is in a position to win this thing.
This one feels like the one, though.
O'Callaghan
86%, one card to come.
looking for his lucky jack. Does not hit on the river, and finally it's over. And this is the moment that Alexander Stevic became the inaugural European Poker Tour champion.
James, I just noticed a huge mistake. That was a 4-star hand versus a 4-star hand.
Some 4-star hands are better than others.
This is pretty cool, though, huh? Look at this emotion.
Crucial information left off the graphics. A great moment. And it all gets ruined by someone knocking over their lunch. Blinds are up to 50k, 100k with a 10k ante. And oh, look at this! Finns in sparkly hats. We've been here before.
They know this didn't work out too well for the Finns last year, right? The Belarusian won it.
Pocket sevens for Preston Nielsen. Another player with interesting headwear. R.C. Sormanen in the small blind. That's a6. He lets that go. Benoit Guri is in the big blind. And he's got a better ace, ace-queen.
Looks like we're going to see a 3-bet. Guri's played quite aggressively when he's chosen to enter pots.
He re-raises to 500,000. Quick call from Nielsen. Heads up to the flop. And we got quads.
Okay, that's a good flop.
For Nielsen. Guri was the pre-flop aggressor. He continues with just ace high for 350,000.
Firing stone dead. Oh, what is he doing?
You don't like me?
Telegraphing, I have a huge hand. How much?
Cool.
At least he waited for the answer before putting the chips in.
Guri's got to be seeing this, right?
Deuce of hearts on the turn. Obviously changes nothing. Guri slows down, he now checks.
Wisely. It will be amazing if he just snap folds to a bet here.
Nielsen does bet.
How much, please? Well, he isn't insta-folding. Is he going to pay this off?
Signs point to yes. 2.5 million in the middle with one card to come. Irrelevant 10 of hearts.
Really shouldn't be too much trouble Guri can get into here. He's just got ace-queen high.
He checks a second time. And Nielsen is going to go for value. 755,000. Oh, wow.
I think without all Vince Vaughn's little baby games here, this is a fold. This isn't a wait 6 days and then call. This is a never call.
He deserves a Razzie for this performance. Oh my, Guri calls! Show him the quads!
4-1, mand, det ligger der krise. Vamos, Antonio! Det er sygt rigtig manege, den der, mand. Var det ligger lavet, eller hvad?
I do like Crescent, but I don't like seeing anyone go through this, even if they're French.
Sorry? Did you like the flop? I like the flop. Just go.
I'm probably going to catch so much flack for this, but I don't hate this guy. He's like the Big Bang Theory, a little annoying, but I like him anyway.
Oh, I heart Big Toro. Blinds are now 250,000, 500,000. Around to Joanda in the small blind, Queen 7. He completes. Jensen with Jack 10 checks his option.
Once again, two very standard hands for this stage of the tournament.
Well, it's top pair for Jensen, second pair for Joanda. John checks.
You can't see bet when you don't raise pre-flop, and besides, this is already a good hand to try to get to showdown.
Frederick bets with the best hand, 600,000. And Joanda calls. The turn card is a queen. Joanda now with two pair and a commanding favorite.
That is a hell of a card for Joanda.
He checks a second time. Jensen bets a second time, 1.6 million.
Jensen wants Joanda to call with a 7, just not a 7 and another pair.
Joanda's not calling. He's raising. He check raises to 4.8 million.
Jensen should really only be calling here if he thinks Joanda's the type to run some kind of crazy bluff. I'm not sure he is in this spot.
Jensen calls the raise.
Joanda's certainly capable of semi-bluffing, but if you think that's the case, you should probably just check back.
12 million in the middle, and Joanda rivers a full house. He shoves on Jensen.
Great spot for John to shove. All the draws miss, so if he wants to make it look like he's got a busted draw, this is probably also exactly what he'd do.
Jensen calls, and he's out!
It was a hero call, and sometimes the hero dies at the end.
Good game.
Good game, man.
We lose Frederick Jensen.
Good game, man. Good game, man. All right. Good luck, guys.
Lots of chips for John Joanda. No second EPT title for the Dane.
Ah, they smoked.
Welcome back to Barcelona EPT 2022. Our live coverage of the Estrellas main event continues here at Casino Barcelona with 6 of the 9 players who started the day remaining. From a total of 6,313 entries, this is a record-breaking event. The biggest live event in PokerStars history. And these are the final 6 competing for a first prize of 600k. It is Rick van Bruggen from the Netherlands, who's currently in the #1 position. You'll notice we have a couple of short stacks. Kyle Ho and online qualifier Bjorn Bruns, both pretty short right now, as the blinds go to 500,000 and a million with a 1 million ante. And I referenced there's 600k up top. Everyone's locked up 6 figures now. 121k for the next player out, near enough 122. Pretty big jumps, none bigger than the jump between second and first. Not beyond the realms of possibility that we will see deal negotiations later on, especially as this is a relatively shallow affair. 31 big blind average right now, and that might just spark some conversation between these guys to look at the numbers. I'm James Hartigan, pleased to welcome Nick Walsh to the booth.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me, James.
Nick, is this your first time at EPT Barcelona?
This will be my very first time, and I have to say, I've only been here a short while, but the energy in this room is electric. the energy here in Barcelona is amazing, both on and off the tables, and I'm so excited to be covering this event today.
Absolutely. A huge field, a huge prize pool. I mean, again, 600,000 euros as the potential reward for a 1,000 euro buy-in. That is something that doesn't come along that often.
Yeah, absolutely. And as James already pointed out in our previous session, we've got a couple real short stacks here. So once we start to lose some of those, I think they might start looking at numbers. Don't forget, guys, this was a massive field. These guys have been battling for days to arrive at this final table. And at this stage, you know, there is a very, very considerable number of pay jumps that they might try and discuss and try and break it down a little bit and try and flatten out some of that variance.
Yeah, and I'm glad you referenced, Nick, how long some of the days have been. This is day 4, and the previous 3 days really must have felt like 6 days for a lot of these guys, and no real wonder that Ahmed Rahim overslept today, feeling the impact of the grind it's been to get to this stage, to cut through this mammoth record-breaking field. And it's really tough when you're looking at these huge money jumps, and we say this so often when we're covering live poker, online poker, at the point when you need your mental faculties to be at their sharpest, they're at their most blunt.
Yeah, and it's not only that. If you guys have traveled to this event, I know what it feels like to arrive in Barcelona. It is hot out there, not just in the card room, but outside as well. Just walking into this card room. If you have a 10-minute walk to this card room, forget about it. It is hot. It is humid. I mean, by the time I've arrived, I'm not even sure I'd be able to compete. You need a cold shower once you get in the door, James.
Yes, that is a valid point. So the clock is running, and we are playing back-to-back levels once again. So a 60-minute clock. So we'll play level 39 and level 40 during the session. Blinds currently 500,000 and $1 million. Big blind ante of $1 million. Be interesting to see whether a dinner break is required this evening. A lot of things can happen. If we see Rick van Bruggen continue to dominate and just build a big stack, eliminate players, it could be over quite quickly. But double ups by other players, Jack Sinclair getting back into the game creates a very different dynamic.
Absolutely. This is the kind of dynamic that we see a lot when we're doing our Sunday Million coverage, right, James? You know, we talk a lot about the final table dynamic and how it speeds up or slows down the dynamic of the game. If Van Bruggen does continue with this dominating chip lead, if he can aggregate a lot of chips, it's going to force the short stacks to battle each other more aggressively, and we're going to see a lot more bust outs a lot faster.
Yeah. Hello to everyone watching on Twitch. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube. Please use the live chat to ask your questions and post your comments. If you are on Twitter, you can use the hashtag PokerStarsTV, and we'll do our best to respond as we see Kyle Ho, the last remaining Canadian, all in from under the gun with ace-queen. Looks like this has been folded to the blinds. Rick van Bruggen folding the small. Simon Buaxa with 6-5 suited in the big.
Yeah, it seems like a hand you can defend pretty liberally. However, facing that all-in, he does have a considerable number of big blinds if he would like to call here. Yeah, that seems reasonable. At this stage, those chips are so valuable. Gambling with 5 high doesn't seem like the jam for you.
TV obviously just joining the stream. Is Joe commenting today? You missed a full 2 hours and 15 minutes of Joe Stapleton, and he will be back later, just taking a break right now. Obviously, we have the 3 of us today, myself, Nick, and Joe, and then Maria joins the team tomorrow. From Tuesday, Griffin Benja will be in Barcelona. Full complement of commentators, so a little bit of variety, mix things up over the course of what will be 8 pretty long days for us, Nick.
Oh, yeah. We've got a lot of content coming your way, guys. I'm super, super excited for what we've got lined up, though. We've got a nice variety here, some really high stakes. We've got some really long days with shorter buy-ins. Obviously, starting off our coverage here with the 1K, as we've already spoken about, already several days under these guys' belts to get to this stage. I'm really excited to, I rarely say this, but I'm very excited to see if there is going to be some sort of a deal talk, because if I was buying in for 1K and potentially playing for 600, I would definitely be thinking about doing a deal once we lose a couple of these short stacks for sure.
I mean, clearly Rick van Bruggen is a solid poker player and is clearly mainly a cash game player, only has $20,000 in live earnings. I do think it would be a different proposition if Jack Sinclair was still in the catbird seat. If Jack still had that mammoth chip stack, I think they might find deal negotiations more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jack is so experienced, and I mean, first of all, he's a massive crusher, so his edge should be significantly larger than that of somebody who has less experience. But not just that, you know, players who play for very high stakes are aware of the fact that being too liberal with deals is probably a road to ruin, because you play tournaments day in, day out, you brick a lot, you invest a lot of buy-ins. So if you're not absolutely going for the gold and playing for all of the potential buy-ins that you could be winning when you're buying into these events, then you're probably hemorrhaging money. And Jack Sinclair is probably best positioned to try and capitalize on that here.
Yeah. Well, Van Bruggen has been pretty aggressive with the chip lead, opening here in the cutoff with King 8, raises to 2 million.
Yeah, soaring in the middle of the pack here, definitely feeling the ICM squeeze the most. You know, sitting just below the 73 big blinds of Van Bruggen and the 44 big blinds of Jack Sinclair. I don't blame him for making that fold. That's a hand that you can easily defend if you're playing purely for chips. But at this stage, you've got a 9 big blind stack, a 15 big blind stack, and a 19 big blind stack beneath you. You don't want to be getting into any tricky situations where people are incentivized to barrel you off.
Yes, and knowledge of the stacks of all the players at the table, so key, and have to reference, once again, the elimination of Renat Bodanov in 9th place, the first player we lost, who at that point was 3rd in chips. There were players at the table with 6 big blinds, 9 big blinds, and he got in 30 bigs pre-flop with 4s and lost a race against Ace King.
Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, very, very sweaty moments. If I could give a quick shout out as well to my friend Andy Wilson, who was the absolutely bossy chip leader.
Yes, he was.
And unfortunately lost a few flips towards the end of day 2 to not be on this final. Commiserations to my friend. I know he's not here, but I was really looking forward to covering him. If you guys want some good reading, go and check out Poker News on the ace-high call he made. It was an unreal call to put him in the chip lead. But unfortunately, if you don't win your flips late game, James, you're not going to make it to a final.
And Andy, if you're watching, because I know you are also a fan of our coverage, congratulations on your result in the Estrellas main event.
Yep.
Secondly, I can say this as someone who is also short-sighted and needs to wear correctional eyewear. If you look in the box, there's a cloth.
I mean, if you're that good at poker, you don't need clean glasses. It's just, you know, he uses the force, James. You know, it flows through him. He doesn't need to see the cards.
You know, there's that famous story, I don't know if it's true or not, but the legend is that Phil Ivey tried wearing sunglasses at a poker table once in his career and got confused between clubs and spades and vowed he would never wear sunglasses ever again. Is it possible that Bowie Effect is misreading suits because of his mucky lenses?
Everyone thought that he called down with ace high, but he actually thought he had top pair. He just misread his hand. Then shared it with his friends. I'm such a genius.
Round to the blinds here on hand 49 of the final table. Bjorn Bruns, who won his seat in the Estrellas main event for €109, has the Snowmans, and he's all in.
That seems reasonable. Shortest stack, pocket eights is a monster blind be blind.
And Jack Sinclair, Queen 3 offsuit. Blech.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a whole lot of chips, and there's not an incentive for him to call here. That's an easy muck for me for sure. Jack Sinclair puts it in the bin.
Well, I already referenced Ahmad Rahim, who we lost during the last session of play. We didn't see that much of him because he was an hour late to the final table. Well, suffice to say, we caught up with Ahmad afterwards and asked him why exactly he was late for the final table.
This morning, got home a little late, like maybe 2 in the morning, 3. And we live about 10-15 minutes where our Airbnb is or whatever. And yeah, just the phone forgot to do its alarm thing and just didn't go off. So I woke up at 1 something. I was like, oh my God. Got downstairs, there was a cap sitting there. So boom, I was here, but I wasn't awake or ready for the boys, or else it would have been a different story. I'm sure of it. But yeah, that's all it was. This jewelry, if you're Lebanese, you know what this is. It's a Lebanon cedar, just like the Canadian maple leaf. This is the Lebanon cedar. Yeah, and I just had a custom made a while ago, like a long time ago. It was nice being here, though. Thanks for a lovely 20-minute final table. Hopefully the next one will be better, though. Hopefully.
Bless him. First ever live cash in this record-breaking Estrellas main event. And the thing is, Nick, we've all been there where you've forgotten to set your alarm, but I am physically incapable of sleeping beyond 9 a.m. That's the cutoff. I literally cannot sleep beyond 9 a.m. And I'm jealous, because there are times in my life when I would have loved to have slept till 1 in the afternoon.
James, I would be incapable of sleeping full stop if I was going to a final table of Estrellas main event. I'm not sure how he pulled it off.
So this is blind v blind, Sinclair versus Van Bruggen, and look at this. Sinclair trapped, limping in the small blind, and Van Bruggen has decided to raise with Jack 3. Well, this is where Jack responds with a re-raise. 3 betting from the small blind with the best hand. In your face, Bruggers. 8.5 million. I see your 3.5 and I raise you 5 million more. Van Bruggen folds. Jack Sinclair playing 46 bigs. Van Bruggen still the chip leader with 72 bigs.
Yeah, it's a real shame Joe couldn't be here right now. This is the human calculator round.
Yeah, I really feel that we need to put this human calculator to the test. So let's wait till we get to 600,000, 1.2 million, shall we?
The true test, yes. All right, cards are in the air again. Soaring with 9-8 off here. UTG +1. In the bin. Queen 3 off seems like an easy fold. Round 2, Jack Sinclair, our second chip leader here, decides to put it in the bin, and we go blind v blind. Jack 4 off for Van Bruggen.
There was a time when the Waxer didn't have that much, but even now with 19 bigs, I guess he's leveraging the 9 big blind stack of Bjorn Bruns.
Yeah, I think he's aware of the ICM pressure he's putting on his opponent there, even though Bruns is one of the shortest stacks here. He's still obviously looking to make some money here and potentially ladder his way into a higher position, climb his way to the top, and he's just going to put him to the test for all of his chips there. Fair play. That is quite the adjustment on the final table, though, James, I have to say.
Yeah. Ivan is watching on YouTube. No idea what you're smoking, buddy, but you're clearly in a happy place. Good on you.
All in.
Bruns all in with Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, he's aware of the fact that he needs to start winning some all-ins. Folds all the way down to the big blind, and he's going to pick this up. Not an inconsiderable pickup there, guys. Remember that the blinds are 500K, 1 million with a 1 million ante. So there's a lot of dead money in the middle to pick up there every time he gets one of those shoves through.
Still the short stack, though. 11 bigs for Bjorn. who we've established only has one live cash to his name, which came earlier on this year, has $2.5 grand in live earnings. He's guaranteed a 6-figure score today. And of course, that was a great return on investment because he qualified for 109 euros. He's all in with ace-jack.
Yeah, I'd love to see him get deep here. I mean, to qualify for 109, make your way to Barcelona and make it to a final, that is serious ROI, James.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Spoke too soon.
A domination situation. Bruns has run ace-jack into ace-king. Ho has just reshoved from the small blind, and now it's showdown. Bruns at risk and behind. The qualifier is the underdog here and will need to get lucky to survive.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for both players here.
It's a low board. Spades don't exactly help Bruns.
Yeah, just the upside that the jack of spades, although a bad card for ace-king, will give him additional outs going to the river.
Wow, that leaves Bruns with one out. Only the jack of hearts can save him.
Oh, spicy.
And that
boys.
is
Was me
not
pleasure.
the one-outer that Bruns was looking for, and he is eliminated in 6th place. That is worth
And good luck, everyone.
Thanks.
121,970 euros. He qualified for 109 euros. Congratulations to Bjorn Bruns from Germany.
Okay.
What a run, what an ROI, and just like that, his handed mob's going to look a lot more pretty when people are looking up that name. Congratulations, sir. Great run.
So with 5 players remaining, everyone's now locked up 158,600 euros. Shortest stack is Simon Buaxa, who's got 19 bigs. Hendrik Söring on 21 bigs, and Carl Ho now playing 26 bigs.
I really like this adjustment from Van Bruggen here. Under the gun with 9-10 off. Not a combo you're going to open there conventionally, but in the context of a final table, using a wider range there, and as I said before, picking up a lot of dead money every time that gets past the blinds. It's a really interesting situation because if you're thinking from Jack Sinclair's point, he's not going to want to tangle with another big stack when there's so many shorties to go before him. And these shorties don't really want to get involved because they're too short to really play or bluff or play post-flop once they've actually made a call from the aggressor there. And the big stack is just going to lean into him so hard to really put him under pressure for all their chips. So it's not as though they're going to get to a lot of showdowns for cheap or in an easy manner.
That's right, Paul. There is someone in the audience with a Samsung that keeps getting notifications. I mean, put it on silent. Come on. And now that Paul's drawn everyone's attention to it, you're all going to be hearing it, right?
I was unaware of it. I knew it was there in the back of my mind. Now I'm going to hear it every time. Is this going to be the new squeak?
I was going to say, what would you rather have? Squeaky chairs from Prague or Samsung guy from Barcelona?
I think the phone is preferable. Those squeaks are the stuff of legend. All right, hand number 56 here. UTG 7-5 off going in the bin. Soaring with the combo that just won the last pot, 9-10 off, going to make the fold. Obviously a very different setup for him entering this pot with the second smallest stack on this table. I'm liking the little piggy card protector, James. I'd love to know the story behind that. Interesting defend here from Boaxa, excuse me.
Yeah, Queen 7 has flopped pretty good, though.
Yeah, that's a pretty clean flop. Definitely a board that Sinclair is going to want to c-bet very, very aggressively. He's just going to get so many folds here. Nice and small. Doesn't have to be big. Tiny, tiny, tiny c-bet here is going to work a lot of the time, especially against somebody who's only got 16 big blinds behind.
That's been good.
He decides to c-bet to a size of 1 million. You see that? See that, James? 1 million into 5.5 or whatever it was. That is a really, really nice size. And it's going to be effective. And you're going to find out really quick whether or not your opponent has a piece and they want to continue for very, very cheap. It's what we call an efficient c-bet bluff.
Million. 45. Yeah, like funny. Quite funny. I can just open any random cards and it just...
Yeah, doesn't want to turn ace high into a bluff here. He's still ahead of some flush draws, maybe some king high floats. If you're going to use the small sizing on the flop, you will get floated by some high cards here once in a while that you will still be ahead of. Boaxa probably going to try and get value from some of those high cards now, decides to bet. It's like 3 million? 3 million it was, yeah. Problem is, Sinclair has a spade in his hand, and he'd really like his opponent to have a hand like 4 or 5 of spades here or something like that. Makes the call, understandably so.
Wow. And that is a big boost for Simon Boaxa, who's now got 25 bigs. Meanwhile, Jack Sinclair has just dropped down below the 40 big blind mark. Now, I have a policy, Nick, that when people redeem channel points to highlight their message, I obstinately refuse to read the message to give them the full experience of wasting their channel points. But this is a pretty good one from Noteswin. In 2013, I won a PCA package with a free $10 ticket. I dream about going back to the Bahamas in 2023, 10 years later. Now, I imagine that qualification for the PCA will start soon. But for many people, the big ticket event in the Bahamas is going to be the PSPC. And of course, there are still platinum passes to be won between now and then. Megapath running online, road to PSPC events happening around the world. I'm sure there'll be other promotions in the run-up to the event as well.
Yeah, qualifying for those events, having the chance to travel to some of those exotic locations. I mean, the PSPC being one of the most exotic that PokerStars hosts. Very exciting times. And we'll all be there.
Well, indeed.
Take a crack, you guys. Join us in the Bahamas. Sinclair folds.
So I guess the key observation right now, Nick, is that Kyle Ho, Simon Boaxa, and Hendrik Söring are all very much grouped together, all around 20, 25 big blinds.
Yep.
There is no super short stack. There is no player who it feels like is at immediate risk of elimination. And in some ways, that is likely to slow down the action even more.
Yeah, it is. Everyone's trying to pick their spots, and that's why Van Bruggen can really start to just open up his range here. We've seen him doing it already. He's aware of the fact that he can apply a lot of pressure to these sort of short but not super short situations, and he's just going to pick up so much money because they have to be so selective in the way they enter pots against a person who can effectively just triple barrel them in a lot of situations with a ton of air. And even if he gets called down, we'll still have a commanding chip lead. So that's the prospect of entering a pot against the big stack here. And Sinclair feeling the squeeze of the ICM the most, waiting for some of the shorter stacks to do battle so he can find that sweet, sweet ladder, which will award him another 30-ish, 36-ish, 37-ish thousand euros here in Barcelona.
I think Queen Bee Poker was asking for a full PCA schedule. A little bit premature. We're still in August, and the festival isn't until the end of January next year. We've got some big live events before that to worry about. I imagine it'll get published in the coming months, but yeah, EPT London is the next big festival, and information is available on that one at PokerStarsLive.com. We've got EPT Prague to see out the year in December.
Yeah, London, let's go.
First EPT London since 2014.
Gotta love a London.
So King 10 versus Jacks here, and Jacks probably not unhappy with this low board. A low paired board at that.
Yeah, these guys are very controlled here. They look very comfortable at this table. They look like they're not giving much away here. Very good poker faces. Okay, it looks like he's not going away. Is he reaching for a raise?
He is.
Oh my gosh. This is a really interesting spot. I don't think it's completely unreasonable for him to represent a pocket pair here, James. And I think he will get plenty of ace high, king high, queen high. Even some jack high opens from the button, as that position is open so wide to fold by playing his hand this way. But really, jacks is just a slam dunk here, because unless he's running into a check raise fives full situation, and that's a big pickup.
That raise from Suring was pretty huge as well, and that means he's left with 9 big blinds. Now we do have a short stack at this 5-handed final table. Meanwhile, a slightly unnecessary message from BYB on YouTube, who asks, why no EPT in France? Please do one. I mean, okay, not in 2022. Maybe in 2023 we can make it happen, but there's no need to be rude about it.
You can do one, James. Just go do one. Kyle Hope picking up a lot of chips there. He is going to be sitting on a 38 big blind effective stack. That means he is now second in chips, knocking Sinclair out off that position. As you pointed out, James, a huge check raise. Really committed a lot of chips in that spot, and he's got to be frustrated at that point. He does run into a hand that's obviously never going to go away. Jacks is just so huge in this situation. It's very, very rare you can run into queens, kings, or aces played in that manner. And it looks like he's all in straight away. Very next hand.
Has the snowmans and is going to shove for around 10 million. Just shy of 10 big blinds. And it gets through.
Kan niet callen, Nederlander. Hazenvol. Goed zo, jongen. Moet je vaker doen voor me.
Oh, Filthy Silver, you are not wrong. How have we missed this? We have a player at the table called Kyle Ho. How have we not been calling him Kyle Ho Ren?
Very nice.
Probably because we've tried to cast those movies out of our memories. The last one. Saw it at the cinema, I enjoyed it, but with each viewing and the more I think about it, the more I dislike it.
I don't know, that last one. The first one, the first time I saw it, I was like, this is a mess. There's a lot going on here, and I'm not sure they're just trying to finish too many storylines at once.
It was a mess, but I still enjoyed it. Mainly because it did have elements that worked, but overall, yeah. And that's the problem. If you analyze it, if you break it down, if you point out all of its flaws, and with repeated viewings, it just gets worse and worse.
It was visually stunning, absolutely beautiful. And I'm a sucker for that too, but. All right, Boaxa here. We've seen him defend Queen 7 off in exactly the same setup. Dealer versus big blind. Little grin there. Asks him how much he has.
Hold it. It was just a question. So you have a better end this time.
Possibly.
Believe you, but you did.
Yeah, interesting. He's just making reference to the previous encounter they had there. Queen 7 versus the Ace 4 that was opened by Sinclair in exactly the same setup, dealer versus big blind. He asked him how much he had. This time he decides not to defend the Queen 8 off. That's really interesting, James. That kind of suggests to me that I'm not sure there's a... I think there might be kind of a, yeah, I'm feeling this one, I'm not feeling that one kind of strategy in the big blind here.
You say something, you should just take your cards immediately. Stop wasting time. Huh? No, for anyone. Yeah, not me. Yep.
All right, fold around to the button here. Van Bruggen. He's reaching for chips. 2.5 million from the button. A little bit on the larger side here. But he is raising into two opponents that, as I mentioned before, are going to be a little bit more on the snug side on the final table. Ho decides to defend his big blind with ace-9 of diamonds. Ooh, very interesting flop here. Ho manages to make top pair. Van Bruggen with a kind of gutter situation, but the 10 of clubs is going to be a card that he can use to really effectively bluff on later streets if he chooses to do so. If some clubs start coming in, he could sort of combination rep an overcard on the turn with the club draw as backup, that kind of situation. So to the untrained eye, it doesn't look like a whole lot, just a gut shot, but there's a lot of opportunity for him to be aggressive in this situation. And as a cash game player, he certainly knows how to do that in these situations.
So Van Bruggen betting 5 million here.
Yeah, he's aware of the fact that this is a texture where he wants to maximize folds from 5s and 6s, that kind of stuff. But also when he has overpairs, he wants to have that nice balanced larger sizing, because if you have aces or kings or queens on this board, you want to get a lot of chips in very quickly, and you need to tell a believable story. So if you're betting really small in this texture, it makes it really easy for your opponents to come along with some gut shots and additional draws. It makes it easier for you to get check raised off your hand. This way you are saying, here you go, I have a hand and I'm playing it in the same manner as I do my strong hands. I'm finding balance here and I want to get value. I think it's probably fair to check raise ace-9 here, though. I think that's the correct thing to do. Yep, that's what he's going to do. You're going to want to do this with your king-9s and your ace-9s, your strongest 9x combos.
So 5 million apiece. A 10 on the turn, and Van Bruggen takes the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Very interesting now because Ho decided to flat on the flop, allowing Van Bruggen to get there. I also understand the final table dynamic, though, as well, James. As well. It's so easy to say, oh, you've got a strong top pair here, you should check raise and just defend it, but you don't want to speed up too quickly and find yourself in a really deep spot on later streets, and then you're on the final table and you're in a really ugly spot in a very deep stacked pot. And then deny yourself the opportunity to ladder in such a big moment. Okay, checks, slows it down, and the 3 on the river, 10-7, still the best hand.
So, Kyle Ho, first to act. Assuming he checks, how much value can Van Bruggen get from a 9? Well, it is an inconsequential question because Ho is not checking.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of a combination blocker bet and or a slight value bet as well. Plenty of things that can still call that are worse. Maybe even some worse 9s, maybe some 6x, 5x, that kind of thing. Probably just a quick call, I imagine, from Van Bruggen. He's not going to be folding top pair, but I don't think he's going to want to raise here if he was checking turn. Yep, makes the call.
7.5 million. Another pot slides in the direction of Rick Van Bruggen, the Dutchman, continuing to build a big chip lead at this final table. 94 million chips, and that means a 94 big blind stack as Kyle Ho drops down to 20 bigs. And let's say hello to Noble Ray 59, who says, first timer and loving it. Welcome to poker, welcome to the EPT. Glad you're enjoying our coverage.
Welcome, sir. Oh man, there's a happy guy.
I mean,
Van Bruggen, 94 million.
And with Jack Sinclair in second place, Nick, on 38 bigs, it's nearly a 3-to-1 chip advantage for Rick Van Bruggen right now.
Yeah, and he knows how to wield it. Really, really loving the play so far. Very fortuitous turn there. Yeah, it's suited. You got 94 big blinds. You're dominating this table. You're definitely going to be playing this pot, right, buddy? No, he decides to put it in the bin. A little bit of discipline there. Folds around to the button instead. Simon Boaxa. Oh, what a pretty hand. Jack 9 suited. This guy likes to play Queen 7 off, James. There's no chance he's folding Jack 9 of hearts.
Very pretty hand.
Oh, it's so pretty. Strawberries and everything.
And round 2, Hendrik Søring, who's in the big blind with 5-4 off. Søring is the short stack, has 10 bigs behind. He folds. A few people asking about the super high roller here in Barcelona. It started today. The 100K getting underway today. Plays down to the final table tomorrow. We will stream that final table on Tuesday. As far as our streaming tomorrow is concerned, it is a double header. We have got the PSPC Women's Platinum Pass Tournament. It's an invitational awarding a Platinum Pass to the winner in the evening. True Geordie is bringing the showdown to EPT Barcelona. That should be a fun stream. And then it's Super High Roller on Tuesday. Main event from Wednesday through to next Sunday. 8 days of live coverage from this stop of the European Poker Tour. Yes, Micro Donkey, this is live. It's happening now. People in Barcelona playing poker, competing for 600K.
Yeah, I'm really excited for tomorrow's schedule. I mean, obviously, crowning a winner, crowning a victor today here in the 1K is also riveting. But
yeah,
tomorrow is such a cool, slightly different take. You know, we don't usually get the chance to cover some of these, but some slightly different coverage, slightly different footage that we can capture. And I'm really excited to see that diversity tomorrow.
So a short while ago, we did lose online qualifier Bjorn Brun. Decent cash, though, and we caught up with Bjorn on the rail before he headed to the payout desk.
I played 4 tournaments. This is a fourth. I played one in 2012 over a package on PokerStars. In May this year, I make 10 years break. And in May of this year, I played in the Venlo main event. Started me on over other side of poker, and yeah, this is number 4 with a €100 satellite via PokerStars. Got the seat plus expense, and then combine it with a week holiday. And I think it's a good outcome. I want to take my daughter, and we travel a week. I don't know where we go, but 1 week we can go. I think we have the money now. I try on PokerStars to qualify for the EPT London because it's my holiday. So I give my best on online stats.
He's got the taste and he wants to come back for more.
Absolutely love it. And that's what it's all about. I mean, how many people do we know, James, who really focus on the satellites, on stars, and they get, you know, they're like, hey, you seem to be traveling a lot, buddy. How do you pull it off? Well, I usually just travel with the European Poker Tour. That's kind of my jam. That's my holiday, like you said.
So with Bjorn cashing out for nearly 122,000 euros, a reminder that the next player out gets 158,600. All for a 1K buy-in. Total prize pool of more than 6 million euros. 6,313 total entries in this Estrellas main event, breaking the record previously set in 2019. Van Bruggen in the small has the chip lead, has Jack-7 offsuit. And is shoving on bluffs. The crowd goes wild.
9.9.
He's so close, Nick, to crossing the 100 million mark. And again, that is an accomplishment that we see quite often covering online tournaments, but not live.
Yeah, and it feels so much better live, doesn't it? You get to stack up all those chips. Yeah. Sering is all in for 9.9 million. He is all in for about 9 big blinds, something like that, James.
And disciplined fold from Van Bruggen with the sailboats.
Are you still part of the camera crew?
I'm trying to watch the old stream.
The other stream.
The old, like the live.
Nice. What?
Pocket threes when you're
Sering very happy to get that shove through. Still hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Kyle Ho with 19 bigs.
Well, there is the benefit of having 10 big blinds, James. Makes your life pretty straightforward. On the
Oh,
final.
yeah.
You know.
My favorite form of poker. Get your chips in a good spot, hope for the best.
Yep, as they say in Brighton, no more pain.
Dropstep asks, when is the next break? So this level finishes in 18 minutes, then there's another hour-long level, then there'll be a break. So just under an hour 20 from now. Next blind level will be 600,000, 1.2 million, and that will come into effect in 17 minutes and 50 seconds. King Jack for Sinclair. He's opened under the gun. Pocket nines for Van Bruggen in the cutoff.
Oh, I'm really interested to see what he does here. I think a 3-bet against the second biggest stack is definitely an option here. But he might also opt to play it slower. I mean, pocket nines has really good playability in general, so flatting in this situation isn't going to make your life particularly difficult. Instead, he just puts the absolute squeeze on him, James. He's all in.
And at this rate, it won't be long until Van Bruggen hits that magic number, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Sinclair's only got 33 big blinds. Just play it fast. Just punish him.
He's done it.
He's done it.
101 million. That's 101 big blinds.
Guys, why are we even covering this? Poker is so easy sometimes. It's so easy. Just get it in. No messing around. I love that play. That is very, very punishing from Van Bruggen. And just think about the hands that Sinclair has to fold in that situation, James. Think about the combos that actually have equity that are going to be forced to give up there. Honestly, if he looks down at ace-jack, he's got to fold. He's got to fold ace-jack there. He might even fold tens.
So you guys can do the math. It's a 1 million big blind. You can see that we've got a couple of short stacks. We've got a huge chip leader with 5 players remaining, and he knows what to do with it.
Absolutely, I love watching him. So much confidence. You know, this is a guy that plays a lot of poker. Now here's a guy that likes to play hands. Buaxa, King, Queen of Hearts, going to come along in the cutoff here. Just going to play it slow.
Again, mindful of the fact that there are the 2 shorter stacks to act behind him, both of whom seem to have folded. So now it's just Jack Sinclair in the big. And Jack folds 8-5, so heads up to the flop. Buaxa with the best of it. Van Bruggen with live cards. Ace 9-9 on the flop, and this is the problem. Buaxa's still ahead, but if Van Bruggen just blasts into him, it's so tough for Buaxa to stick around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love a really small c-bet here. Like, we've seen it once before on these really dry textures. I believe the board was Queen 7-7, something like that. Ace 9-9, ultra dry. You're the initial opener. There's been a flat. That's not to say that Buaxa won't have an ace in this situation, but you find out really quickly where you're at. Wow, amazing. He decides to check instead. I think the check behind actually might give him the energy to continue on the turn, though, right? He's played it conservatively, but your opponent making a quick check there doesn't necessarily indicate they don't have an ace. But in this case, he might pick up on that a little bit and start to fire on the turn.
Good point from Maroon Poker. No deals at this final table now. I do feel that with the chip lead that Rick Van Bruggen has, it will be hard for him to come to any deal arrangement that he's happy with. Because why on earth would you be giving up any equity at all?
And sure enough,
there is the fold from the best hand. Van Bruggen now up to 106 million.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting. He recognized this as a spot where he can just check behind the flop and get so much information by the check as well. It was a super quick check to you, James. Let's not forget that. I think he acted very quickly. I'm not sure if that's how you behave. If your opponent checks you, you're expecting to see bet a lot of the time, and you've got ace-king, you just snap check it. You know, you're going to give it a couple seconds to go. Do I check this behind? Am I going to play this fast or slow? I think there might have been a bit of a tell there on the final table.
Nice.
Buaxa ace-8. First to act, hand 70 of the final table. It's a fault. Round to Hendrik Søring, who starts the hand with just shy of 10 big blinds. Ace-5 offsuit, and he is all in.
Yeah, that's the play. That's what you do with that hand right there. No adjustment. You're the shortest stack at the table. You got to make some moves, and ace-5 is a pure jam there. No problem at all.
Zag je heel goed.
A little bit of camaraderie there. I like that.
Allez.
Stevie Wayne says, I'm going to wager that we see another bust before the break. It's not really a bold prediction, is it? That in an hour and 12 minutes, we will lose a player. I think there's, I'd be surprised if we didn't. The question is whether that player will go before the end of this level, which is only 12 minutes away. Søring all in with ace-deuce. Ace-9 for Sinclair.
Ooh, yeah, I think it is a snug fold, but there was a little moment there. He's aware of the fact that that's a close one. A raise and to take it. So Søring now up to 14 big blinds. So just on the heels of Kyle Ho with 17 now.
Yeah.
So he has managed to build it up after that that check raise bluff that we saw that knocked him down to just 9 big blinds 1 moment ago.
And 72.
Mr. Sinclair. Oh, hello.
He has king ace. It's always something Joe and I talk about. If anyone starts a bad beat story with, I had king ace.
Yeah.
You're like, whatever happened to you, you deserved it.
Whatever you're about to say, I'm sure you played the hand poorly.
Jack Sinclair used to have towers and towers of chips. Now has 33 big blinds. Okay, he's second on the leaderboard, but that is not deep stacked. And that's the reality. If you look at this from the perspective of what is the average stack, answer 37 big blinds.
Yeah.
But nobody, other than Rick Van Bruggen, has an above average stack. Everyone else is sub-average right now.
Yeah. Van Bruggen just hoarding those chips, making it really difficult for everyone else to play a nice, comfortable game with enough big blinds to sort of make some moves post-flop. So that's why these guys got to pick their spots, and that's why Van Bruggen can really go to town. You know, he can really widen up that range and put them to the test pre-flop here. I mean, I don't know, James. Maybe I feel like sometimes we should bring back the no color up finals. I mean, somewhat colored up.
No.
But, like, you know, keep the stacks chunky.
No.
Yeah, like 15?
Have you any idea how much time is lost from people splashing in bets, the dealer having to restack and count chips?
Oh, just do it for show. Come on, guys. New policy, only heads up. A little smile there. What are you going to do under the gun here, buddy? 10-7 off. All right. Not so good. Fair play. Oh, yeah. I'm all in. There he is. Blind v blind. He's been finding a lot of these nice spots, though, James.
He has, and hasn't had any action, but just by winning blinds and antes, has actually moved himself out of last place. Kyle Ho is now bottom of the leaderboard.
Absolutely, yeah. And we saw that fold just then. If I saw it just before the graphic moved, I believe Kyle Ho just folded Queen 10 from the button there.
Yeah.
So keeping it pretty snug. Queen 10 off is definitely a combo you can be opening, but he is aware of the fact that Sinclair in the big blind is absolutely capable of really going to town on him, putting in some weird 3-bets and really punishing him. You know, if Sinclair wants to, he's 3-betting hands like, you know, Queen 4 off, King 4 off, King 5 off, that kind of thing. And it puts you in such a tough spot. You just got to give up unless you've got the goods.
Jet Anti asks, tomorrow, commentary from Lex? No commentary from Lex, but you will see him play because Lex is one of the participants in a special edition of the Showdown. True Geordie's poker game is coming to Barcelona, and Lex will be competing. So you will see and hear from Mr. Veldhouse, but he will not, strictly speaking, be commentating. Blind v blind, Sinclair versus Van Bruggen. 10-3, 6-5.
Yeah, 6-5 a monster here.
Yep, and it is a pair of fives on the flop for Van Bruggen.
I mean, you want to talk about somebody who knows to play blind v blind. Sinclair might be one of the best in the world, so pay close attention to what he does with 10 high here, guys. Just bet like 1 million on the flop, Van Bruggen. That's all you need to do. Just an easy 1 mil.
See, all these people reacting to the news that Lex is playing and or reacting to the news that there's a special edition of the Showdown tomorrow are betraying the fact that they did not listen to the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast where Joe and I went through our Barcelona schedule in excruciating detail, as well as speaking to EPT legend / icon Hussein Ensam.
Yeah, that was actually a good episode.
So when this stream is over, you know what you need to do. Seek out episode 252 of the Poker in the Ears podcast. Subscribe if you haven't done so already, and enjoy.
All right, so I was hinting just now at paying attention to what Sinclair was going to do here. He does, in fact, check raise. So the betting went 1 million from Van Bruggen into 3 million on the flop, and a check raise 4x the bet on the flop to 4 million from Sinclair out of position. I think Sinclair is aware of the fact he's at the very, very bottom of his range here. Doesn't have a whole lot going on, but there's plenty of turn cards that will allow him to continue this bluff if Van Bruggen does decide to call.
It works.
It works. There you go. I talked him up. I was like, this guy knows how to play some blinds, and sure enough, does not disappoint. Check raising that flop like an absolute boss. Yeah, I enjoyed that interview, James. That was cool with Hussein.
And of course, there are going to be 2 further EPT stops in 2022. As previously advertised, London is in October, Prague is in December. There will be live streams from both events. London, first time on the tour since 2014 in a brand new venue. The Hilton Park Lane, very fancy.
Very fancy.
A hotel featured in the Italian Job, the original version, not the remake with Marky Mark. I'm talking about the Michael Caine version.
We have an all in here, James.
And let's see if anyone wakes up with a hand.
70? Okay.
Ooh. You know, I think he's probably going to lay it down here. It's a lot of chips, and sixes are very vulnerable. I think that's a really good ICM fold there from Sinclair. Again, you want to talk about a guy who knows about ICM. He's right there.
So we've gone from a situation where the short stack was playing fewer than 10 big blinds to the short stack having 17 bigs. In fact, Hendrik Suring and Kyle Ho both playing 17 bigs. Simon Buaxa, 18 bigs. I would say you've pretty much got 3 players tied for last place.
Yep, I think that's definitely the way to look at it. And if you're in those positions, I think that's the way to look at it as well. You need to understand how you're positioned at this table in order to make good decisions in terms of the ICM in this final table.
Is this just going to be an open jam from the button from Rick Van Bruggen? Yep. Pocket nines. Shoves on his opponents. All into call for both Buaxa and Kyle Ho. And Kyle, with ace-8, is going to call all in. He is at risk and behind.
Yeah, dominated here. Needs to find that ace or some weird straighty stuff.
We zijn all in.
We zijn all in, he says. We are all in.
Ik heb 9 gezegd, hij zegt.
Lekker, he says.
Looking for nines to hold to have what will, at this point, feel like an unbeatable chip lead. Kyle Ho needing to spike an ace to survive. No ace.
Queen.
Yeah. Queenie says the counterfeit is out there, James. Another queen will give him queens and tens with an ace kicker.
Jack on the turn. Make it fun.
5 immediate outs.
Bijna goed.
Same outs. Aces and queens working for Kyle Ho. Any other card, and we are down to 4 players. River card is a 9. It's a full house for Rick Van Bruggen. It's the elimination of Kyle Ho from Canada in 5th place. That means he gets paid 158,600 euros. Everyone else, the other short stacks, ladder up to more than 200 grand. And Nick, Rick Van Bruggen has 120 big blinds. He's got close to 120 million chips. The second biggest stack is 32 million.
Yeah, it's happening just as we predicted. Now that he's on a roll, it's going to be so
100%.
hard to stop him. Jack Sinclair, probably one of the most successful and well-known players at this table, sitting there with 34 big blinds. He's got to navigate around these short stacks. He's got to get himself in a position to take down the big dog with 119 bigs now. Simon Buaxa and Hendrik Soring, only 18 and 15 big blinds respectively, are going to have to do some work here. But it's like we said, James, he's got all the chips. They're going to have to battle it if they want to compete for the title.
Yeah, and again, at the start of the day, if the stacks had been more even, I think deal negotiations would almost have been mandatory. As things stand, with this huge chip advantage, I don't think anyone's going to even propose it. I don't think Rick would entertain the idea.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, he doesn't have to, just because he says no now doesn't mean that he can't say yes later. So, you know,
exactly.
Why not battle it out? And, you know, if it does come down to a very close heads up and they're both 15 big blinds effective or something like that, we can talk deals then, but for now, just let him roll.
Absolutely, and he'll be wanting to wield that advantage at this point. Blinds will be going up in 25 seconds. One thing I should highlight, by the way, and if you watch our EPT final table streams, the same deal applies. Once we are down to 3, so once we lose another player, we will see a reduction in the duration of the levels by 50%. So we will go from playing 1 hour levels to 30-minute levels.
Whew, let's go. Let's get her done. Soaring, it does improve here to 2 pair with the Queen Deuce of Diamonds. 9's big favorite pre, now only 11% on the flop.
Yeah, that is really nauseating when you have 9s against Queen Deuce and your opponent flops 2 blooming pair.
But having said that, on the King Queen Deuce board, you're probably not going to do a bunch of money either. So it's not like one of those really annoying ones where it's like Queen Deuce Deuce or like Queen 3-5 or something like that, where you just got the 1 over card and you're going to feel really, really sad about giving it up easily.
So many Broadway cards in Soering's range, and you're going to put him on a king or a queen a decent percentage of the time.
So Sinclair initially bet 1 million, which I really like that size. Again, Soering decides to raise to 3.5. So really, really healthy check raise here. 3.5 is quite big at this stage, especially given his stack size. Hendrik Soering leaving himself with just 10 big blinds behind. Looks like he's going to call.
Jack on the turn does not change anything.
That's a quick all-in.
And the fold from Sinclair. So that will see Soering move up to 23 bigs. So just to put things in perspective, Simon Buaxa, 18 big blinds. Hendrik Soering, 23 big blinds. Jack Sinclair, 27 big blinds. Rick Van Bruggen, too many big blinds for anyone's account. As we start level 40, blinds are now 600,000, 1.2 million, and we welcome Joe Stapleton back to the mix.
So you're saying the far and away chip leader is this Bruggen guy?
Not this guy, the other Bruggen
This
guy.
Bruggen guy.
There he is.
Like, got it.
This Bruggen guy.
Yeah, man. Oh, no, mate. No, mate.
Bad turn for me.
Yeah? Maybe then I'm lucky.
More.
I can't call this turn.
And on to hand 79.
No. I mean, a little bit more.
Well, I hate to act like this is a done deal.
Like 2/3 of all the chips.
But
this guy looks
who's going out next other than Rick Van Bruggen?
He's going to be going out in the town when he wins this tournament, Joe.
Yeah, right. Hopefully he takes the rest of them out, too. Pocket deuces for Soering. 1 Soering to rule them all in. Pocket deuces, and that hand's over. Why did I get so excited?
You know, you see the Ducks, and you just think, well, something cool is going to happen because they never lose.
Oh, it didn't cover the sound at all, did it?
Thank you.
I didn't know they had Estrellas in a can. So do we think Katharina is a child, like a progeny, or a squeeze?
I'm not sure. Chat, what do you think? Based on the style of that tattoo, what do you think is the relationship between Suring and Katarina?
Maybe best not for us to speculate, but you guys can if you want to. Hate to get it wrong.
Absolutely. So Blaxa
Sometimes
here.
it's something tragic, right? Now I'm drawing attention to it. So
Absolutely. Blaxa gonna fold the A7 there under the gun. Suring on the button with a very, very pretty hand. Queen 10 of diamonds.
in position.
In position.
Not in a spot where you necessarily want to jam this many big blinds and get snapped off by Van Bruggen, and then the 15 big blind stack ladders ahead of you. But Van Bruggen is now in a place where, yeah, he can just like put max pressure on everybody, right?
I absolutely love this man.
Guys, just fold every hand and see who goes out next.
Yeah, you beat me to it, Joe. I was going to say, it's really pretty on the button, but he can do whatever he wants. You have no idea how aggressive the big blind can be in this situation. He has to overfold so hard here. Absolutely dominates him. 8 high, 3-bet bluff. Let's go. Just keep going, buddy. Just keep pumping him.
Do you say pumping them or humping them?
Pumping them.
Pumping them. Sorry. That makes more sense.
Absolutely stunning play there. I think he just understands the dynamic at this point. He can do no wrong, so why not represent something very strong and just get the chips in the middle? I'd rather him do it with a hand like 8-6 off than like, you know, Jack 10 suited.
16, 17.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, Nick, but we've actually got a good question that's come in on the internet.
Okay.
This is from Big Ass Goobus. He says, is this why we can start limping on the button?
That definitely comes into play in this situation for sure. Although I think he's probably going to apply a lot of pressure to that kind of line as well. So that's not it's not outside the realms of possibility to try and put some limps in there once in a while. If you're going to have some traps as well, you might start limping with aces and that kind of thing too. But also you've got this sort of final table dynamic where you probably don't want to slow play your aces and kings because it gets you into a lot of trouble if you let your opponents catch up.
And plus it's on stream, so you look stupid. Everyone's like, why did you slow play those aces?
Yeah, you always get flack. You know, you do anything in this game, you get rivered. Well, that's why you should have shoved the turn. That's how you got to protect your hand. Nobody ever taught you that in this game?
Look at this guy limping aces. What an idiot. Big blind special, 10-3.
Nice.
So what kind of money are we left with here? We get down to the final four. Okay, actually, I got to address this thing real quick. Ty TV says, I'm gutted. Went to see American Apologist yesterday. Thought I'd see you on the last day just to see that there was a replacement. Now, Ty, my friend Nathan, who's helped me run the show, saw that, and I felt terrible. I felt really bad. It was on the flyer that the last day wasn't going to be me, but it was in the small print. So I told him to get your contact info to give me a social media handle or an email address, and I would record a personal video for you and send it to you. And then he told me that when he asked you that, you were not interested. You didn't want to give him your email address. So I'll just say, shout out on the stream. I'm sorry that happened. I did not. I felt really terrible and was willing to do something to make it up to you. But and the other thing is apparently the replacement, quote unquote, the replacement is like a really famous comedian from America, and apparently the crowd didn't really like him. He walked like 10 people.
Oh no!
From the room, yeah. So I feel bad for both sides in that case.
He really was the American Apologist that night.
Yeah, right. I was truly sorry. I was like, well, you didn't get to see me, but you have to see a really amazing comic, right? And half the crowd was like, no.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Oh, well. I mean, you can't decline the Joe Stapes. Oh, we see another one here. The Joe Stapes cameo, the free Joe Stapes cameo. Walks out on the button with King Jack
wow.
suited.
King Jack suited, and you are the shortest stack, although not by much. It's frustrating. I think you just gotta let it go, right? You gotta fold. I mean, you don't know you're behind.
Well, we've seen Boaxa kind of be a little bit more of a field player. A couple spots where he's playing kind of similarly strength hands in very different ways so far. He might be feeling this one. I mean, it is a pretty hand.
So I was just about to get into this when I made it about myself as usual. Fourth place money is 206,000 euros.
Oh, no, it's a fold.
It's more than 60,000 to make it into third, and I think that's, oh boy, now this is a totally different paint job here. In a way, it's almost an, I mean, because Van Bruggen is going to be shoving a lot more hands that ace-8 is going to be slightly ahead of, right? The king-queens, the king-jacks, the...
Yeah, but of course also Sering is just looking at that ladder and going, I really need to fold a hand like ace-8. There's no chance I can fold. And that's why the ace-4 shove is so amazing, because you're getting a lot of better hands to fold, like a lot of better hands to fold.
So, yeah, so we're talking about 60,000 euros just for not being the next person to go out. You're not really incentivized to call with king-jack or ace-8. I would say you're, in fact... Is it de-incentivized or disincentivized?
I think it's dis.
Unincentivized.
I think it's
disincentivized. You're disincentivized. That doesn't sound right.
Disincentivized.
Disincentivized. There's a disincentivization. Filthy Silver asks, who was the famous comedian? The famous comedian was Michael Ian Black. Not very famous outside of the U.S., but a comedian that was very near and dear to my heart when I was becoming aware of comedy. It's in some of my favorite movies of all time.
Mr. Sinclair.
I guess it's probably been a bit of a rough day for Jack Sinclair because he was the Rick Van Bruggen of like 3 hours ago.
Oh, my days. Look at the trap, Joe. Look at the
Oh,
trap.
my goodness. We are limping with aces. Van Bruggen looks suspicious, though.
Yeah, okay.
Just calls. Checks, I mean.
Checks, excuse, yeah.
Free flop.
Yeah.
And does not really flop very many ways to catch these aces.
Yeah, I mean...
It's just such a frustrating game because if they get close to catching your aces, that's the only time you get paid. But the only time you get paid is when they're almost catching your aces. And then they sometimes do run down your aces. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, and Sinclair is going to play this ridiculously trappy. Not only did he limp pre-flop blind view blind, but he also checked the board 6, 7, 10. And I kind of dig it, right? Because it's not a board where you're just going to stab, like, you know, with a 7 or a 6 too liberally. You're going to play a lot of hands quite slowly. However, if you allow your opponent to bet, you can then check raise potentially. And I think on this texture, you kind of want to protect your aces at this point, right? You want chips to go in the middle here as fast as possible, generally speaking.
Against
let's see what Sinclair. Yeah, let's see what Sinclair has to say on the matter.
Because when you limp here, you're like, he probably got something like, I don't know, 6, 7. And then the flop comes 10, 6, 7, and you're like, oh no, why'd I do that? So Sinclair did raise and did win the pot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's really clever to you guys. I think you should take note of that because once you've trapped aces, you can kind of panic and go 6, 7, 10. That's exactly the board I didn't want to see. This is super dangerous. I need to protect my hand. But depending on the way you expect your opponent to play, you can manipulate this in different ways. Now, we know that Van Bruggen is capable of being aggressive. In fact, he is a very aggressive player by nature. So why not allow him to open the action, which allows you to get the chips in faster? Because a C-bet in a limp pot is going to be like one big blind, you know, something like that. You're not going to get the chips in fast enough in order to protect your hand. Now, if you check, you can still lose the minimum if it does start to go south instead of trying to build the pot from out of position and then finding yourselves in lots of like really difficult turns and rivers.
Kaylee on Twitch asking, how old is Van Bruggen? Let's go over what we know about these people so far. Van Bruggen shoving small to big. Can I get a count?
Last time.
Queen Jack suited again. You just can't do it though. You can't do it.
You know, this one's a lot closer, honestly, Joe. Queen Jack suited.
Over King Jack suited?
Yeah, it's because there were so many players to act behind him with the King Jack suited,
okay,
though, right?
Closing the action, sure.
Never bluff.
Never bluff.
Never bluff. I mean, Van Bruggen's shove here could literally be any two cards, and it would probably still be okay.
Right.
Queen Jack suited is way up there. You're closing the action. Honestly, this probably is close, but it is the final table pay jump situation that's going to play in his mind, so I understand the fold as well.
Yeah, 60K,
yeah.
60,000 euros.
Yeah, understandable.
This time I will call.
You sure, yeah?
Also,
no matter the cards.
No matter the card, exactly.
I said what I was going to do
Just
is
because it would be the third time.
go over what we know about these players. And if you look at Simon Huaxa, who just folded there, total live earnings, $16,000. So the ladder here is worth about 4 times his total lifetime earnings. That's the ladder. That's the ladder. Of course, if you're smart, you're going to fold Queen Jack suited. If you care about the money. Now, granted, it says he works in finance, plays poker recreationally. Maybe he's rich. If you work in finance and you live in Luxembourg, you're probably doing all right. Unless, you know, you're like the janitor there and you say you work in finance because technically you're clean up finance. But even still, in Luxembourg, I think the standard of living is pretty good.
This one doesn't count?
I'm small blind. I don't care.
Okay. Makes sense.
Okay, another jam from Van Bruggen. He's just going to run this table down. I'm loving this, Joe, honestly.
Well, let's focus on Rick Van Bruggen from the Netherlands, 27 years old.
I'm ready.
Total live earnings, 20K.
I hope I am too.
But has been playing since he was 18. And he's usually more of a cash game player. And did win a flip on the last hand of day 3 to eliminate the 10th place finisher. That's your boy Van Bruggen. 2 people left. Who do you want? You want Sinclair or you want Suring?
I want to hear more about Suring. We know a lot about Jack Sinclair already.
All right. Henrik Suring, 34 years old, also a Nederlander. Total live earnings, 80K. So other than Jack Sinclair, that's the most. Earlier this year, went deep in a WPT Deep Stacks event, had a 3rd place finish. So has been in this situation not too long ago. Except that 3rd place finish is worth just over what laddering up to 3rd place would be worth here. 3rd place was 64K there. Laddering up here is worth 60K. So that's Suring. And then, of course, Jack Sinclair, honestly, is a dude that probably should be a household name based on his actual resume. It's like pretty ridiculous.
He's a monster. He's an absolute monster.
Pretty ridiculous. 4.2 million in lifetime earnings. Got a pair versus 2 overs and a flush draw. 4.2 million for the player at pocket 6 here in lifetime earnings, but that actually is like less impressive than when you hear the actual things that he has accomplished. Winner of the 2018 World Series of Poker Europe main event. Winner. Also made 8th place, so the final table, the former November 9 10K WSOP main event in Las Vegas. That's effing impressive.
Very impressive.
Suring turns top pair.
Now, if you guys missed the action here pre-flop, Suring did in fact limp small blind versus big blind as a trap, so his hand is really, really well disguised at this point. Looks like he's still going to look him up here with the 6, which is understandable. Like I said, that ace-queen suited is so disguised as a limp small blind versus big blind here, and 2 pair for Suring on the river. It is another overcard for the 8-6 to try and figure something out here. What's the size? 6.8 million in the middle right now.
You guys know Nick Walsh is a size king. All about the sizes.
Decides to bet 5.2 million, so you know, like 80-90% pot here, and an easy fold from 8-6 there. I like that. I think that's a good size, Joe. I'm a fan of that. You know, Your hand is pretty under-repped. You're going to get looked at by a lot of pairs in that situation. I don't think you needed the queen. In fact, a brick on the river might have actually gotten him paid here. Take a look at Hendrik Suring here. Age 34, hometown Alkmaar. Total live earnings, as Joe just mentioned, $80,311.
Alkmaar sounds like a planet from Star Wars.
It does.
Yeah.
Alkmaar. Although I'm sure that's not how you pronounce it. His finish here, of course, secures his biggest cash, as Joe was just covering.
Secret Imperial outpost on Alkmaar. Where they do tests on tribbles.
Tribbles. No, you can't cross the Star Trek, Star Wars barrier.
I can do whatever I want.
Tribble trouble, Joe. Tribble trouble.
The Trouble with Tribbles. That's right. I think that was the name of an episode.
Oh, he's so disappointed. He's like, oh, I gotta fold a hand. Or you can't. You mean I can't be all in?
Right.
Come on.
You should just shove anyway.
Just do it anyway, buddy. What are they gonna do?
We already folded to you, you jerk.
They gotta fold Queen Jack diamonds and stuff, man. Come on.
You ready?
I'm ready.
It'd be great when they just start open folding Queen Jack.
We don't need a good
diamonds. Like with no pending action. Savan Jonos went to school in Alkmaar. Did they train you in the ways of the Force? Oh, this guy Spoon 7 wrote, "Nobody cares." Congratulations, Spoon 7, for the first time today. You banned.
You're so banned, buddy. You're so banned.
I haven't banned anyone today. We're like 5 hours into this broadcast.
Can we get an and in the chat, please?
And you banned.
Got it. There it is.
Oh, let's go.
He knows what's up. He's doing it again.
It's the equivalent of leaving the box tipped.
You have a really good game, I think.
Sorry?
I think they should add that box show all in no matter what next hand, 100%.
I'm sure you have really good.
This time, nowhere near a call.
This one's better, no?
It's not better.
So just to update
I think the
everyone,
king was enough.
the dynamic hasn't changed here, but the chips have. Van Bruggen, this Bruggen guy, up to 110 big blinds. Jack Sinclair, here's the good news. Second in chips.
Yeah.
Second in chips.
But not by much. Jack Sinclair sitting with 18 big blinds, Suring with 16, and Buaxa with 10. They are all vying for an opportunity just to get heads up and do something. You know what I'm saying?
Jij bent echt op vakantie, hè?
Based E wants them to do something. He says this table is boring. All short stacks are just waiting for someone else to bust. Hey, man, I'm going to make it easy for you to go do something more interesting. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Imagine playing a tournament, Joe, and waiting for everybody to bust. Can you imagine playing a tournament like that? What, you mean like every poker tournament ever in the history of mankind? Yes, exactly. They're trying to ladder. They're trying to win some money here, buddy.
3-2 again.
If that's boring for you, I'm not sure poker's the game you want to play.
Well, Suring got a walk. Wonder what hand Van Bruggen could fold.
If it's too small, too low.
Cannot, man.
Can I try? Yeah,
John Fitch says Katharina is a daughter, I'm guessing. The matching tat on his left arm is Robbie. Well, I think we've basically figured out that either way, it's probably the happiest thing that's ever happened to him.
Oh, he's got an ace. You know what's up. You can tell Buaxa is getting irked at this point. He's not a man that likes to fold.
I mean, this would be the worst of the times to call it off. That's all you can really do in this case is just sit there and pretend like you might call.
I mean,
it's the only fighting back you can do.
You know, I do think there's a case for some Hollywood once in a while. I don't think that's the spot where the Hollywood benefits you, and I think you probably want to get as many hands as possible to try and catch up with one of these all-ins, right? The longer you delay, all those little micro delays, those little micro Hollywoods are going to add up, and you're just going to be in the next level, and you're going to have even fewer big blinds than before. So, you know, just crack on and try and wake up with aces. Give yourself a shot to wake up with aces when he's all in.
Yeah, and, you know, it's kind of strange that this final table has played itself out in such a way that this is one of the only scenarios in which you're not going to get a deal talk. I mean, if we had, you know, what do we have here basically? Is we got 110 and then like 20 more is like 130 and then another 140. We've got like 155 big blinds in play.
Yeah.
If that were divided 35 big blinds each,
sure,
everyone would be like, let's talk about a deal here.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, if you're a middling stack and there's 2 shorties and you're delaying like that, you know, even, although I'm not necessarily a fan of that kind of thing, you know, at least you're flagging in a way where you're allowing some of the short stacks to get shorter. But when you're all getting close to the danger zone, you just want to play some hands and try and find some spots to double through.
Yeah. I like this comment from Brad. I like to keep it positive. What is it? PVO? Positive vibes only?
Sure.
Justin Schachter. This was a 1K, right? And current payout is 200K. To be fair, they're all winners at this point. The dream. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, which is why I think that you don't have to, like, really fight for every single pot. Like, if you just make 60K by not going out next, like, it totally makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Jackson says that dealer is bleeping awesome. I believe this is Gaetano at the helm right now.
Yeah, best dealers in the world.
They really are. Best dealers in the world. MH asks, can you mention the payouts? Absolutely. The payouts at this point are huge. Thank you for your question. They have been mentioned.
Starting with the 10s, picking up a pot. Blocks are now sitting at 10 big blinds, ladies and gentlemen.
Ik heb hem toch niet callen, jongen.
Veel te duur, kan ik niet aan.
Nee, dat begrijp ik.
Waar kom jij vandaan?
Alkmaar. Alkmaar.
Alkmaar.
Jij dan?
Groningen.
Groningen.
Helemaal in het noorden.
All right, well, the graphics department had to make me look like a jerk. There you go. There's the payouts.
Schoonfamilie komt daar vandaan.
Dat is een heel klein dorpje.
Yeah, winner 600,000 for first place, guys. Nice clean 6-ball. 377,120 euros for second there.
Helemaal goed komen.
Oh, well, someone else moving all in. The deuces.
Wait.
Oh, big blind magic. King 3 off. Not quite enough.
It's a flip. What? Thank you.
Not quite there. Maybe King 10 would still be enough, but even then, these guys playing so snug for that pay jump. It's so much more. It's another 60 buy-ins, Joe. It's 60 more buy-ins if you just ladder one spot.
Thank you.
Yeah, it does. We get that a lot. Norwegian, Swedish.
Except if it were me,
Denmark,
it wouldn't
Germany.
be 60 buy-ins. It would be
They never get
2 buy-ins, because you would never see me play poker ever again. I'd be like, I'm never topping this. This is the best that I will ever do. The best thing I could possibly do is retire immediately. This Bruggen guy. Jack 10 offsuit.
All in.
J is for jam. Uh-oh. Bukasa makes the call. And is a domination situation. Buaksa in a great spot to double up.
We hebben een bootje nodig.
Finally, Van Bruggen runs into it. It's something to keep in mind that even if Van Bruggen loses this, which he is statistically the favorite to do, the amount of chips he's picked up by shoving for the last hour is way going to make up for this.
Absolutely. He's still going to have something like 97 big blinds behind. He hasn't lost barely anything. So 70% favorite. Ace 10 off currently.
You're the only one who doesn't want a jack here.
Sorry?
You're the only one who doesn't want a jack.
Yes, I could.
And away we go. Ace high flop.
Ruiten werkt ook.
Buaksa did not like that chip. Wait, what? That graphic.
Wait.
There was an ace. There was an ace on the flop,
I'm pretty
right?
sure there was an ace on the flop.
I saw an ace. So Van Bruggen is the one behind. Ignore those outs.
Yeah. I thought it was an ace high with 3 diamonds, Joe. Yeah, it is. There it is. That's the proper board.
Oh, no.
Yeah, hella outs on the turn, Joe. 21%. So he has the pair, plus the jack, plus the diamond, plus the gut shot.
I think you should have to use the jack in your hand.
I lied about the gut shot. Ignore me about the gut shot. There's no gut shot.
River card is a king, so that is a double up for Buaksa.
Yes, sir. The misflop got me fooled on the turn, but ace does hold. I mean, when you're thinking about cracking some ace 10, that was a pretty good looking board. Big ass Goobus in the chat says, I also thought he had a gutter. Yeah, we had to go back to the board, double check. No gutter.
I hope the people criticizing the graphics are aware of the fact that that is hand number 96. Excuse me, that's hand number 95, and there have been no graphics errors. You don't notice the other 94 hands that were flawless.
I love the fact that we're getting graphics information through the air via electrical signals, and it's flawless. And then one error. There you go. All comes falling down on Twitch. Wirelessly broadcasting card information directly to your homes over the internet. One card comes out wrong, whole place is in shambles. All right, so a freshly doubled Buaksa makes the fold from under the gun with king 5 off.
Resin with 4 Z's says, billion-dollar company, by the way, with a Kappa face. Now, am I supposed to let this go because of the Kappa face, or can I ban this guy?
No, the Kappa gives him the pass.
You're so lucky that Nick Walsh is in the booth right
now. The graphics person had their first sip of water in 4 hours.
Nanda's Poker asked, when is the break? It's at the end of the level. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, it's the Kappa immunity, you guys. Well done. I love you, Twitch chat.
Sirring folds 6-3 under the gun. Geo Jail asks, how does the show know what card they have? It's impossible to see. So because we're on a 30-minute delay, every time the player folds, they'll whisper what they just folded to a production assistant at the table. And then they go and put that in afterward before the 30-minute delay catches up.
So Joe, if you worked at like a currency exchange store, does that mean you work in finance?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Like, I'm all for. Look, if I say I work in television, that's a bit of a stretch. I say I'm a comedian, that's an even bigger stretch.
Like
I'm all for things that are technically true. Thorsten with a somewhat bratty comment that I'm not going to ban him for, but 60,000 euros is a lot of money, but by no means is it life-changing. You don't know that. You don't know that. That's a little messed up.
I don't know. I feel like that's bannable, honestly. Like 60,000 is definitely going to change anyone's life, honestly. Like even if these guys have millions, 60 grand, you can do some cool stuff with that. It might not change your life like you're going to go from living on the street to like, Central Park, New York. But it could change your life in the sense that you can go and like, have a holiday for 6 months.
What if you need a kidney and now all of a sudden you can afford 3 of them on the dark web? You keep one and you flip 2. I mean, they're cheaper in bulk.
But Joe, Skippy needs a new heart. And you know how much it costs? $60,000 exactly.
And I do think even without some very specific situations coming up, 60,000 euros is life-changing money to a lot of people in a lot of places, regardless of, you know. I was reading yesterday that I think making $50,000 a year puts you in the top 5% worldwide.
Right. And then there was another stat, like earning any more than that doesn't necessarily increase your quality of life or something like that, right? It was like...
Not always, yeah.
It's like another... The additional 1,000 after that doesn't have the same utility that it did previously.
Moses asks, is Obama in this tournament? No. Thank you for your question.
Didn't quite make it this year. Hope to see him next time. That would be fun.
It's not totally out of the realm. Obama likes poker.
Sure.
He's talked about poker before. Jack 6 suited for Buaxa. I was saying Buaxa. Oh, that's gone. King 10 on the button for Searing.
All in. He's all in. 15 big blinds on the button, not messing around.
And Sinclair looks interested. Pocket jacks for Sinclair. Has to figure out how to navigate this. I'm assuming the reshove, if you go out, you're still going to get the higher payout, right?
I think it's an easy in, obviously. He's just, you know, this guy's been around the block. He just wants to double check that there's not something he's missed, and sure enough, it's going in. No problem at all.
There's the reshove. This little piggy went all in. Van Bruggen folds 7 deuce.
Yeah, so if Hendrik Suring does not win this all in, he'll be left with just 3 big blinds.
Hey, Kooning.
Kooning, he says, looking for a king.
One soaring to rule them all. 3.
Diamond.
We didn't see a king fold, did we? 3 kings left. Suring not the player at risk, by the way. Will be left with 3 big blinds if the jacks hold. And so far, those jacks are holding. Pretty tough for Suring to hit anything but a king at this point. Those jacks being out, the double queen not making straights very likely. Oh, a 10.
Okay.
A 10 on the turn does add some outs. Sinclair is going to survive if anything but a king or a 10 hits on the river. The river is a deuce, so that's a double up for Sinclair. Soaring, crashing. Down to just 3 bigs. And Jack back in second place. 25 big blinds now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a cold deck. You can definitely see what Suring was doing here. He's been bullied before once he opened off that button. We saw the open from him earlier on with Queen 10 of diamonds. 8-6 off, jamming in the big blind to just absolutely punish. He says, I don't want to be exploited anymore. I know the King 10 is going to do fine as a shove. I'm all in, running into jacks. And just like that, Sinclair up to 25 big blinds. Hendrik Soaring down to just 3.
John Cantor asks, when they whisper their hold cards, it's hold cards, by the way, John, to the producers, do they have to show, or is it just the honor system? Huh, Joe? It is the honor system.
Yeah, absolutely.
Poker is a gentle person's game. And how many hands will it take before Hendrik Soaring is all in again?
Joe, remind me to read you some passages from my friend David Moynihan's book, Lump. I recently purchased from him.
About lump sum, like if you win the lotto?
No, it's a reference to his time being a dice dealer.
Oh, cool. Here comes Soaring.
Ooh!
I like that movie Croupier, about the croupier.
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Van Bruggen with an easy reshove.
It's approved, yeah? It's a call, right?
Queen 10, domination situation yet again. This time in favor of this Bruggen guy.
Hier naar 2,4 vertalen toch?
Here's something funny you can do if you have a Dutch friend.
Vrouw 10, 10-7.
And they tweet in Dutch or they send you a text in Dutch by accident. You just go, what
Ik
do
heb
you sit on your
eigenlijk geen idee
phone?
voor wie ik ben.
Lekker.
All right, Suring at risk. A huge dog. And that is pretty much going to seal the deal for Suring. Did see the 7, sadly. But the addition of the queen makes this fewer than 1 in 10 times this is going to work out for Suring. Deuce on the turn. Just a 5% chance that Suring survives. River is an ace. Suring crashing. We just lost 50% of the Dutch players.
Good game, sir. And then there were 3. He was soaring, crashing out in 4th place.
And that 4th place, not a bad payday. A life-changing, for some, 206,000 euros.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that's life-changing, and what a run. That's a whole bunch of buy-ins. See you in the next one, buddy.
Suring finished 3rd in the Deep Stacks event at WPT. 4th here, but made more than 3 times the cash playing in this record-breaking field of more than 6,300 runners.
Absolutely unreal turnout this year.
You think Suring is going to go out on the beach and buy some toe rings? That's what I would do. Toe rings for everyone. Toe rings from Suring.
I'll see you at the players' party, buddy. Let's go.
Let us go. The drinks are free there, though. It's kind of a waste. I can't hit him up for anything.
That's true.
All right, we're down to 3. Now, we mentioned multiple times what that ladder was worth. 62,000 euro ladder. Next player out, taking home 268K. Buaksa. With A6. Starts the hand with 22 big blinds.
It's like 26, right? 26, 27? Yeah.
Something like that, I would say, yeah. See,
Thank you.
22, yeah, 23.
And it looks like Jack is in, defending from the big blind with King 9.
Oh, yeah. No chance you're folding King 9 blind v blind here. Plenty of equity, and on the flop, picks up a gut shot.
Queen makes a straight. A king is good at this point. A 9 is good at this point. Buaksa does hit a 6 of 1 heart. How many kidneys is the pay jump to second? Well, the pay jump to second is 111,000. The pay jump to second is better than 7th place money.
It's madness, honestly. So top heavy, but as somebody already mentioned in the chat, really, really cool payouts, even in the top 4.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Sinclair's really weighing it up here. He's been given the opportunity to bet the turn after a check, flop, check, turn, but he does have so much showdown in there. It is the king on the river for Sinclair, 100%. Buaksa's like, maybe I should have bet the turn. Oh, this is a tough spot. Now, he's got too much showdown to turn his hand into a bluff, though, right? If the 6 was winning on the turn, could still be winning on the river, but he's going to do it.
I think that this is a bit of a value cut. Yeah, I don't think this is turning his 6 into a bluff.
It's kind of like a smallish blockery situation. I don't know.
I think this is maybe I can get called by like, yeah, I don't even know. honestly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
You see the problem with that, Joe?
Yeah. But I also don't know what bluff size, like what the size is for bluffs either.
It could just be a blocker bet, honestly. Like, there's a chance Sinclair actually makes a raise at this point. Your opponent's just not going to have, you know, he's not going to have a flush here that often. But the straight, of course, is still very possible when it goes check, check, check. Ace, queen might play their hand slow like this too. So a bet and a call, really straightforward.
And that is going to hurt Buaksa. Drops below the 20 big blind mark. Sinclair around the 30 big blind mark. 16 minutes left on the level. So after the break, what's being explained right now is that after the break, the blinds levels are going to get cut to 30 minutes. It's new policy. Three-handed, action goes faster, the blinds come around more, everyone's seeing plenty of hands. 30 minutes blinds levels after the break, which is after this level.
Three-handed poker, Joe.
One thing
I
you
love
need
it.
more of in tournaments.
Or as I like to call
variance.
it, threads up.
Just one thing we wanted a little bit more of, and that's variance.
Strong point.
Jack Sinclair, huge fan of variance. You heard it straight from the horse's mouth.
Play double board.
Straight from the best player at the table. No offense to Buaksa or this Bruggen guy.
Already risking us.
So wait, what?
It's like 3 p.m. and they're already risking us to.
Yeah, exactly. It's not
levels.
early.
Go on, guys.
It's entirely possible with the dynamic the way it is that 30 minutes is too long. I mean, this could have been over multiple times. Card distribution.
Uh-oh, a little blind v blind action.
And Sinclair's limped in. Has really under-repped his hand, but yeah, again, ICM jail. ICM jail just can't do it. Not while Buaksa has 18 bigs. And why, everyone? For that 111,000 euro prize jump.
It's a big jump, Joe. It's a big, big jump.
Reds up poker. And 104 of the final table.
Oh, something.
They've been playing at a pretty good pace, actually. 104 hands at this for this number of hours being played is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, for an event that doesn't have a shot clock, they're keeping it pretty respectful. We've seen a little bit of Hollywood here and there, but it's been pretty speedy. He's going to play this button. Sinclair opening ace-7 off.
The Spraggy.
Making it 2.5, just over the min raise.
Van Bruggen out with 8 deuce.
500.
Feels like a defend, huh?
Yeah, could be a defend. I think I'm definitely calling in this spot. Queen 9 off, very playable. Sinclair's open at this stage. Is going to be pretty wide given the nature of the button range. However, it's not going to be crazy wide given the fact that Van Bruggen in the small blind is going pretty crazy with the 3-betting. Picks up a gut shot on this flop. Queen high with the jack to give him the queen high straight.
Check, check. So Buaksa does not have to pay. Gets a free look.
Now, in my book, Joe, I think
turn card.
I think you got to start betting with the queen 9 at this point. You have a gut shot. Your opponent hasn't shown too much interest on the flop. A lot of the stuff that might check that you're going to be losing to will be like some ace highs where you have plenty of equity, some 8x, some 3x. So against those kinds of combos, you're doing pretty good. You usually have 2 cards that will give you the best hand with a pair, and then you have the gut shot additionally. And there you go. Queen on the river. So a little bit of flip-flop there. In the previous spot, Sinclair rivering the top pair.
Did you know that was going to happen when you started saying that you're going to be good if you hit a pair? Did you know that that queen was going to hit?
I was confident.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
So, yes, top pair for Buaksa. And it's not likely to get action here.
6.8 million, in the middle. decides to bet 3 million, something just under half pot.
Later.
Yeah. Sinclair manages to get away from the river.
That'll do, pig.
That'll do.
All right, now let this be a lesson to everyone. Ex-Martian just wrote something in the chat. Rip Sinclair. Now, I don't know if that's a spoiler. I don't know if that's saying he's not playing well. I don't know if that's saying you expect him to go broke. But here's the thing. You put anything in the chat that looks like it's a spoiler, you're going to get banned. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Rick Van Bergen.
Rick.
Is it safe to say they're getting rickrolled right now? Joe?
Ooh, they are getting Rick. They are getting Rick rolled.
Shit. Worlds collide.
Someone in chat just asked if Spraggy was going to play on stream tomorrow. Yes.
You've been, what did you say?
Spraggy will be playing on stream tomorrow during the showdown, the True Geordie showdown.
Straight away?
Alongside me,
I will
Lex
like
Veldhouse, and 2 fake Geordies and 1 true Geordie.
So that was quite quick already. Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, actually, guys. If you want to see some hilarious poker with some hilarious people doing a more unusual format, something we haven't really done before, make sure you check out that True Geordie
I have to look at them after.
event that we're putting on tomorrow.
So
The showdown, the True Geordie Showdown, live from EPT Barcelona.
Mr. Four Rolls asks, when Shark Cage? No plans at the moment to do Shark Cage, although I know it is discussed from time to time.
Let me guess. You would have gone all in?
Potentially. There's a chance.
Jack Sinclair picking up on his strategy here. You seem to be going all in a lot here, sir. I've noticed that. And if I could point something out really quick as well, Joe, you remember when Rick went all in and got caught by Ace-10?
Yes.
And he had Jack-10?
Yeah.
He's back up. He's got more than he did before then anyway.
Yeah.
It's working. As Joe pointed out, his aggressive style pre-flop, a lot of these pre-flop all-ins, accumulating a lot of chips at non-showdown. He's back up to where he was before he got caught.
It's kind of like how all the major banks rob everybody and of like billions and billions of dollars, and then they get fined $100 million. And they're like, yeah, that's okay, sure.
They're like, you guys got us. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Busted.
All right. I guess we'll stop robbing people now. Just kidding.
Sorry. Good one. So.
Sorry, I don't want to offend Simon Buaxa, who works in finance in Luxembourg.
More, right?
Let me check. Maybe it's more than 20. Yeah. Well done.
Very sneaky.
Yeah. I should put less, you know.
He gets
the other way around.
He gets a 2-round penalty, I think. Yeah. Get the TD.
Cole Clark asks, what are these commentators? We are human beings?
Speak for yourself.
I'm a human being. Thank you for your question.
I'm actually originally from Altmar.
My God.
He's Altmarian.
Altmarian. Van Bergen has just figured this game out. You got a high card. Let's go. Up to 114 big blinds now, guys. Jack Sinclair and Buaxa both under 22. It's gonna go pretty quick from here, Joe. I'm gonna say it right now. I don't want to balk it, but as soon as those blinds go up, and they're going up very, very shortly, in about 7 minutes time or so, we're gonna have 2 players that are under 20 big blinds effective, and 1 player with a whole bunch of chips dominating and lording over them. At this point, it's just a spin and go. And one guy started with like 1 million chips.
We've got another all-in over the top of it. Limp.
Let's go, my man.
This has got to be so frustrating. He's like, hey, keep doing what you're doing. Have you ever gotten complimented and insulted in the same comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Stevie Wayne says, Stapes is the man. Compliment. Insult. As entertaining as Norman Chad. First you kiss me, then you slap me.
I've met a lot of people recently who said that I have a voice for radio, which I think also implies that I don't have a face for TV.
I think you're reading into that one a little too much. You do have a voice for radio.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
You have a nice face. It's just kind of big.
You are the most beautiful Joe Stapleton in this room.
Just 5.5 minutes left on the level. Still playing threads up. Next player eliminated gets 268,000 euros, but more importantly, if you make it to second, you make 111,000 more than that. And 3 players remaining are from the Netherlands, Luxembourg.
IMUV says you sound better than you look. Mate, you banned. Sorry, bro.
Now we can neither see nor hear you. You banned. Oh, wow. You got a lot more.
I've never seen that before.
You got a lot more options than I do.
Hand number 112. We're getting through him, Joe. You're absolutely right. Biloxa looks down at 9-7 suited on the button, decides that he's going to walk away. Jack Sinclair. Little blindy blind magic.
Jack's doing what to Claire?
He's all in.
Win.
Got it? Sorry.
All right, Jack Sinclair, 21 big blinds. Shove it to take it. I think that is a really interesting adjustment there for Jack Sinclair. Ace-deuce suited, playing it really fast, does not want to be exploited. He's aware that Van Bruggen is going to do a lot of interesting things here if he's going to play his hands more slowly. If he raises non-all-in, might get 3-bet non-all-in, 3-bet all-in, and then have a really tough decision with sort of a weakish ace. If he limps, probably going to see a lot of jams, and then he's going to be forced to make a decision for all of his chips. But not only that, he will actually have to gamble for all of his chips and potentially not have that much equity. Ace-deuce suited, very clean, get it all in, cannot be exploited. You've got kind of the same chips as Buaxa here. I think that is probably the way you want to do it. Jack Sinclair, the man.
I would have called all in.
I'm glad I didn't bluff.
Jack and Simon right here on your screen. Still neck and neck. 20 big blinds each, more or less. I will say that over the last couple of years, we've been doing more and more coverage of online poker.
Yep.
We've seen this dynamic a lot.
Yeah.
I'll look later.
Quite a bit.
Very good.
We've seen this dynamic. I will say it goes a little bit faster online because what's taking up most of the time here is just the shuffling and the dealing.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, me and James were talking about the same thing. The dynamic where we just see one guy steamroll and sort of neglect the rest of the table of the opportunities to sort of play for more than, 20-ish big blinds.
Plays out a little quicker online.
It does. And actually, I know we had Jack talking about, increasing the variance to 30 minutes or so, but these guys are playing pretty swift. They're seeing a good couple of hands. They're seeing several hands per round.
Agree you do this all the time?
And I don't know if the edge is that diminished by a 30-minute reduction here, because these guys seem to know what they're doing with these stacks pretty good. Now, if you made a 30-minute reduction and we were still 9-handed, now it's punishing, right?
It's not punishing me.
All right, I think it looks like he wants to limp in the small blind here. He does make the call. Van Bruggen in the big blind with queen deuce off. Let him live, he says.
Wow. We're going to a flop?
Let's see a flop. I'm not sure if Van Bruggen knows how to play flops. Just kidding, sir.
And that's a flop that you are not going to get Sinclair away from. The door is open.
He checks. And a check from queen high as well. I like that. I don't think there's any reason to turn your hand into a bluff here. Ooh, that's a really nice turn for Sinclair. Trips now.
Van Bruggen drawing dead. D-Strubs asked, do they not have an auto shuffler? Turns out auto shufflers are not very green.
Really?
Yeah, bad for the environment.
Really?
Yeah, all that extra electricity they use.
Oh, he's break now, yeah?
Carbon footprint, bruh. And I think that's going to be the last hand of this level, of this session. And yeah, players are departing. And we can see there's pretty good rail for this being a prelim event. Must have something to do with the 600,000 euros someone's about to win. Just 3 players left. 1 spot left to ladder, if you're counting. Let's take a look at the chip counts. Rick Van Bruggen, this Bruggen guy, 90 big blinds. Jack Sinclair, Simon Buaksa fighting over second place. During the break, we're going to see some more EPT retro from Barcelona. This time, it's 2005 with Jan Bublé. More from EPT Barcelona, back after this.
Antonius calling Gus Hansen raise with 7-6 suited.
Hansen Antonius, welcome to Rail Heaven.
By the way, I'm pretty sure of all the players we've seen so far, Patrick Antonius is the only one who is still making EPT final tables in the modern era.
Yeah.
So far.
One of the all-time greats, that is for sure.
So Antonius does flop a pair.
Action checks around.
A rare slowdown from Gus Hansen, but he is multi-way with no connection to the board. Bergstrom with the double gut shot straight draw. A 4 or an 8 will make him a straight. He calls and Gus Hansen's out. You'd imagine. Yep.
Wait, how do you even see that double gutter there? Now I know why you do this for a living.
Well, double gutter does brick. Bergstrom at the river with just 9 high. Antonius checks his hand. Can't bet if you check. That is the 2005, and I think reasonable decision to bluff here as well. It will be one of the worst hands he gets to the river with. I'm sure in 2005 he's not thinking about not blocking any diamonds and just getting Antonius to fold some ace-high diamonds or something like that, but just because he isn't thinking about it doesn't mean it doesn't work to his advantage. He is betting 84k with the 7-9.
Do it. Can he do it? There it is.
And that's why he's the best. Patrick Antonius picks off the bluff.
Oh, man. What a guy.
Antonius. So King Deuce against Ace Tray. Spades would make things spicy. And there are 2 of them on the flop.
I like it spicy.
So Patrick with the pre-flop betting lead. Looks to continue when he flops pretty well himself. Makes the flush draw, bet 60,000. And Bublé, most players in 2020 with the nut flush draw, I think most likely to call, but definitely good to play aggressively as well. I think that was one of the first real poker lessons at Super System 101 for you. You got a draw, you play it quickly.
Also, you want to put your opponent to a decision for all his chips. I have to say, Patrick's finger has been in his ear a lot.
I call.
He's going to call with the king-high flush draw. Bublé way ahead with the ace-high flush draw.
Well, we know he wasn't getting information in his ear, that's for sure.
You're a huge underdog. Call it off.
And there is the flush on the turn. So Jan Bublé is going to win that pot, do a little dance, and make love tonight. Blinds 20,000, 40,000.
Blind versus blind. Patrick Antonius in the small. Big Bublé.
King 3 against 4-3. And an ace ace-4, 2-spade flop.
This seems like a 2005 confrontation.
Yeah, I think if Antonius is checking, a lot of the time it's going to be to check raise, and we see Bublé betting his hand for protection. Very similar to the big pot we saw before at the end of season 1, right, where you have one player with the trips, but the bottom pair tends to play very quickly in 2005. Yeah, check shove.
All in, I call.
Snap call.
Wow, snap calls with a 4 and has marginally more equity. It's 55-45. Patrick can't believe he got called by a weak 4.
Oh boy.
And now
Bublé has a flush draw now as well.
Is a 70% favorite. And it is a heart on the river, the flush for Bublé. Patrick Antonius eliminated in 3rd place.
And he was never heard from again.
117,000 euros. His 3rd place cash out in EPT2 Barcelona.
$20K, $40K of the blinds. King, queen. Looks like a hand that could generate some action. Not sure yet how much.
It's typically however much these guys can move out in one motion.
Yeah, that's the sizing choice. It's on weight.
It's a raise to 110 according to Thomas Kremser. Can't raise to 70,000 if the blinds are well, the blind with 40-80, right?
20-40, I think.
Okay, 20-40. Well, he definitely can't raise to 70,000.
Yeah.
I'll let him do it. They have the small chips.
It should be like a pick and mix at this point. Just put him on a scale. 3 pounds of blues.
Christy Johansson pairs his deuce.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Excuse me.
Just shoving
I don't imagine a better hand's ever shoving here on this spot.
Sorry, he just shoved 2.2 million into 200,000.
Well, James, you said it yourself. Sometimes you just got to put a man to the test for all of his chips.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the right look right there.
I mean,
Hansen rightfully baffled.
As baffled as everyone else is by this play. I mean, he's got nearly 80% equity here. If he makes a call, it'll be a huge call. And he does, and it's the right call. So Johansson at risk, but way ahead.
I mean, obviously it wasn't for the full 2 million, but it was still 1.1 million effective into a 200,000 chip pot. It's like a 5x overshove.
And Johansson set for a double up, just has to fade a king or a queen on the river. It's a queen, and it's over. Christy Johansson, the runner-up for 228,000 euros. Jan Bublé, the EPT Season 2 Barcelona champion, taking down this event in September 2005 for 426,000 euros.
Back to the feature table. And Michael Mizraki is under the gun with pocket fours. He raises to 2,600.
Grinder, having gone through the motion of looking at his cards, raises.
Action folded around to Andoni Larabe, who's got tens.
7.
He's 3-betting.
Lol if he thinks Grinder folds to 3-bets. Also, he's got a 3-bet bigger. You got to punish the guy who always calls the 3-bets.
Castrillon in the cutoff. Folds. It's Koplamar's button. He passes. Post and Placer give up the blinds.
Michael never passes.
It's so cute how he's talking European.
Grinder calls. Heads up to the flop. Which sees Grinder flop a set.
And he's gonna lead. I love Grinder.
And he leads really small.
Not only is this bet out of flow, but it's also for fewer chips than your girlfriend steals off your plate when she says she doesn't want to order her own. You know they do that.
85.
Larabe raises.
I only like this raise if you're prepared to get it in when Grinder blasts off. Because you can only be hoping he tries to bluff you with worse.
I believe that face.
There's a 3-bet to nearly 16K.
Something you did over here. I thought you were bluffing. Careful.
I don't think his English is good enough to realize what a ridiculous shtick this is.
All in. Call.
Well, that escalated quickly.
That was like out of a movie and not a very good one.
Larabe at risk. And way behind.
The worst part is you knew you shouldn't have done it, and you done it anyway.
7.
Wow.
I'm not saying nothing else. You got a lot.
10 outs for Larabe. A jack 10 or 6 saves him. It's a jack.
Oh, what a waste of a perfectly terrible acting job. Like Samuel Jackson in The Phantom Menace.
Larabe up to nearly 95,000.
What's Spanish for suck out?
Grinder's taking it in his stride. Blinds are up to 800, 1600, and we are going to pit our wits against Grinder. We're going to play a hand from the perspective of Pavel Placer. He's raised with ace-10, and it looks like Grinder is 3-betting.
I don't want to play against Grinder. If I did, I would actually play poker.
The blinds are folded. Back around to Placer.
You're never folding here, right?
Not against you. Against a lot of other people, maybe. I like a just call here. Even though we're out of position, if Mike's got a bad hand, we want to let him hang himself.
Placer does call. The flop is King 4 deuce, rainbow. Placer checks.
I think we have to check call since Mike can have any 2. I honestly don't know what to do, though. If he bets every street, we don't improve. That's the danger here.
Grinder's C-bet is 5,100. And there's the call from Placer.
And we might have to call all the way now.
9.
How does he do this?
What is he doing?
Placer checks a second time.
Like I said, I think we have to check call again, but I really hope he doesn't bet that much.
Not too bad. 8,200.
Right, and now that has me suspicious. I like calling again here just because Mike's such a wild card and will always bet when he's got nothing and sometimes not bet when he's got something.
Placer folds.
It's harder to play somebody they call cards, right? Of course. Yeah, it's harder to play against somebody like that.
Grinder had ace-7. Placer had the best hand.
Oh, man.
Understandable fold, but if we were going to fold then, we should have folded on the flop.
How do you think I win?
Oh, I don't know. Bet constantly with junk and always get there when you get called down. If you could write a book on it, it would be an all-time bestseller.
Well, the action's been folded to Pavel Placer. He folds. Do you reckon Grinder's folding?
Nope. I once saw Grinder try to raise with 2 sub-sandwich loyalty cards from under the gun.
5-3 of clubs. He makes it 3,300. Pocket 8 for Francisco Perez. He's got just over 20 big blinds.
Shove seems fine, especially over the top of Grinder.
He's all in. And he's walked into aces.
How much?
Larabe just asked how much, but what he's really thinking about is Vegas and the bleeping Mirage.
He calls.
Really hoping Grinder comes along for the ride.
Koplamar in the big blind. Folds.
Will we finally see Grinder fold? Yes!
So Perez at risk and way behind his fellow countrymen.
It's amazing. Even though Grinder folded, he still found a way to get Perez busted, probably.
I had the best hand. Maybe after the river. Big favor. I'm big favor to win. Big favor now. 3-5 of clubs. For sure it's coming.
I wish I could say I disagree.
Perez needs an 8. The turn card is a 3.
I told you. 100%. River deuce. I saw it. God. Deuce of spades, probably. Deuce of spades.
This is absolutely rishnefulous. What is happening out there? It's Mike, this psychic Miss Rocky.
Told you. Deuce of spades.
Dan Shack has opened with ace-jack. And he's now facing a shove from Kamal Charoria, a watch dealer from London.
Are we sure he's a watch dealer? Are we sure he's not the bad guy from Skyfall?
Think on your sins.
This shoves for like 12 bigs. I think Dan's got a call.
He does call. Charoria at risk.
Oh, you probably have me beat.
What do you got?
Not sure about this shove, actually. Dan would have to call pretty wide, and sometimes with bad hands, that would still be better than his.
He does have 2 live cards, though, looking for a queen or a 9. He doesn't hit the flop. Ace high still ahead. Well, that's an action card. Top pair for Charoria, but a flush draw for Shack.
Is Dan Shack about to get Dan Shacked?
Don't want to look.
It's a club.
Oh my god. I misread my hand. I thought I had queens.
What?
I saw this. I saw this like this. I thought I had queens.
50 what?
7. And then I turned it over. I said queen 9. I thought, what the f?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, he's doubled up through Dan Shack. That was then, this is now. We are back in Barcelona for the 2022 season of the European Poker Tour, and we're kicking off 8 days of live coverage with the final table of the Estrellas main event. This is the Spanish Regional Tour, which acts, I guess, as the kind of warm-up act to the EPT. But that's doing it some injustice. A 1K with more than 6,000 entries, and now down to the final 3 players, and one of those players has an absurd chip lead. Rick Van Bruggen has 90 big blinds. The other players don't have 40 between them. Jack Sinclair, Simon Buaxa, 19, 17 big blinds respectively. As we go to the 1 million, 1.5 million blind level. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello.
And back inside the poker room, back inside Casino Barcelona. There is the trophy. In addition to that fine object that you can put on your mantelpiece, Nick, there's 600K for the winner.
Yeah, 600,000 for an event like this. You can tell these guys have been duking it out for several days now. And here we go, the conclusion. Threads up, as Mr. Stapleton likes to say. We got 3 players left. Rick Van Bruggen is a massive chip leader. Thus far, we've been seeing a lot of power poker, James. Lots of pre-flop all-ins, punishing, picking up that red line, non-showdown cash.
And I heard you towards the end of the last session, Nick, saying that you didn't think that this was going to last too much longer, that very much Van Bruggen is in the driving seat. He knows what to do with that stack. And I guess if he continues running pure, if he continues running well, then that's going to make it very hard for Sinclair and Buaxa to get back in this game.
Yeah, and also having said that, like Joe was pointing out in the previous session, you know, the amount of chips that he's picking up at non-showdown when he's making these big all-ins is kind of going to make up for the times when he is going to get caught if nobody starts calling a little bit more liberally. But the second and third place players here, both with 17 big blinds, they're both kind of in the same position. They both, they're not, no one has a particularly big advantage on the other in terms of chip stack. So we're going to have to see how it pans out. If Van Bruggen continues to play this very all-in heavy pre-flop game, eventually somebody's going to wake up with a hand, and I think we're going to see somebody get doubled through here at some point.
Well, It's worth highlighting that there is a significant difference between third and second. Obviously, there's a big gap between second and first, but looking at it from Sinclair and Boax's perspective, looking at it from the perspective of laddering, 268K for third, 377K for the runner-up. And here comes Van Bruggen shoving from the button.
Oh, sorry.
Ik ben overigens gecalled.
Van Bruggen has announced all in, and it was a snap call.
Called, right?
From Boaxa, who's actually got a dominating hand, King-Queen.
Yep. So as anticipated, James, he's going to find a hand eventually, and he's found him twice now. Ace-10 was his previous double for Boaxa. This time, King-Queen again dominating the all-in from Van Bruggen.
We are all in.
Yes, we are all in, and we are behind. Van Bruggen correctly telling Israel that he needs a deuce.
Where has this gone wrong?
I didn't fold a deuce, though.
So this could be the double-up spot that Boax has been looking for. Of course, if Van Bruggen does get lucky, and he has a few times today, we're going to be heads up.
Heads up indeed. It's where the real poker starts, James.
Sorry? I need a deuce. Oh, that's a 3.
That is a real draw for Rick Van Bruggen, and now he's got 4s and deuces working for him.
Yeah, that's a significant boost
King
to,
deuce
his,
against King Queen.
To his equity here.
I now am a favorite.
Deuce
very big.
On the turn.
I'm taking over the commentator task.
Queen, please.
Only a queen saves Simon Boaxa. A 5 on the river, pairing the board, and we are going heads up here in the Estrellas main event. Simon Boaxa from Luxembourg, a recreational poker player who works in finance, cashes out for €268,000. 268,100 to be precise.
Am I now allowed to sit here, or?
And that means...
This seat open, no? Yeah?
This really is Rick Van Bruggen's tournament to lose. You could have said that when we were three-handed, but now he goes heads up with more than 100 big blinds. Jack Sinclair's got 15 big blinds.
Like
that is a significant chip deficit there. Jack Sinclair's got a long way to go, but if there's one man that can do it, this is a guy that knows how.
Surely we're not doing that.
And look, I was the first person to say at the start of the day, when I saw the fact that this was running at around a 35 big blind average, and the fact that the payouts were so big for a 1K buy-in with the jumps, I said there will be deal discussions. What I didn't expect was that Rick Van Bruggen was going to Sunday million this and work his way up over 100 million chips and have complete control, and of course, shout down any prospect. I mean, to be fair, the other players haven't even floated the idea.
I love the idea that Sunday million, this is going to be a thing moving forward. I think we should make this a thing, you guys. Like, hey, how's John doing in the tournament? Sunday milling it. He's pulling a Sunday millie.
Well, the problem is it doesn't happen in that many live tournaments because you don't have that many live events where it's possible to get more than 100 million chips.
Yeah, true that. True that. And GG to you, sir. I mean, what a huge score anyway. 268,100. That is a huge six-figure score for our friend here from just a 1K buy-in. So he's got to be happy despite the third-place finish.
Now, all eyes were on Jack Sinclair coming into this final table. He was the chip leader at the start of the day, but also he is the most accomplished player with the most experience, with the biggest results. $4.3 million in live tournament earnings. 2 7-figure cashes because he made the final table of the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas in 2017, and a year later he won the WSOP Europe main event for 1.1 million euros. Very well known in the poker community, has had some deep runs in EPTs, has had some big online scores as well, and this is my favorite story about Jack Sinclair. Recently produced his dad's music album, which comes out on September the 1st. And I'm sure that Jack Sinclair will be playing the PSPC in the new year. And a reminder that if you want to win your Platinum Pass, the road to PSPC is running now. These are live tournaments where platinum passes are awarded to the winners. Now, the full schedule is at PokerStarsLive.com. Suffice to say, what you really want to be looking for is events taking place in your part of the world. I know, and luckily we've got a graphic to point this out as well, that in the UK, Nick, there is a Road to PSPC event taking place in Nottingham soon, where there's just been a UK IPT. But, for example, if you don't live in the UK, there's also an event coming up in Germany, in Hamburg, and in Sevilla, in Spain. Now, the Mega Path is the online qualification route to the event, and there is a Platinum Pass awarded on our global licenses every single Sunday. So you've got online live opportunities to win a Platinum Pass and make it to the PSPC. It'll be the second time this 25K has been held. It's going to be part of PCA 2023 in the Bahamas. And yeah, as I said, Sinclair will be among the pros, likely buying in direct for that. And I guess with the cash he's going to make today, maybe Rick van Bruggen will play the PSPC as well. Up to this point, his biggest ever cash, well, total earnings, in fact, 20K.
20K, yeah. I mean, as we've seen in our notes, he's much more of a cash player, James.
Yes, that is true. So this is very much his tournament breakthrough. 27 years old, from the Netherlands, and he goes heads up here in this Estrellas main event with a significant, sizable, almost insurmountable chip lead. But if anyone, something you highlighted a short while ago, Nick, if anyone can get back into this game, if anyone can turn things around, it's Jack Sinclair.
Yeah, absolutely, James. And as we were notified of just 1 moment ago, the blinds are now 30 minutes.
That's true.
And I think that actually, despite Sinclair's joke about increasing the variance on the final table, that might actually work in his favor here, because it's going to force the play, and although the difference between stacks will remain proportionately different as the blinds increase, it might actually increase the variance in his favor, which is kind of what Sinclair might need to actually get a couple doubles and find himself in a fighting chance to win this tournament.
On this side, all right?
So second place, 377,000 euros, 600,000 plus the trophy for the winner of what is, at this point in time, the biggest live event PokerStars has ever staged. 6,313 entries, and after 3.5 days, we are down to the final two.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a journey it's been.
Okay.
And look at all those chips, ladies and gentlemen. That's where you want to be sitting here at EPT Barcelona. Final table heads up with a big old stack in front of you.
Yeah, and again, this is something we've highlighted. Right now, there'll be no deal. But if Jack Sinclair can get a couple of double-ups, if we get to a situation where it's evens-stevens, absolutely, I think these guys would thrash something out. And I think that they would be silly not to.
Yeah, so what are we looking at? Like a 7-1 chip lead right now?
Wow.
Something in that region?
Wow.
In the favor of Rick van Bruggen, of course.
I mean, it is going to require an epic comeback from Jack Sinclair. It is Van Bruggen with the advantage, and he goes heads up against Jack Sinclair at the final table of the Estrellas main event.
Great times. Good luck.
Let's get this heads-up battle underway, Nick.
Let's do it. You guys know I love some heads up. That's why they get me in the booth here. Let's see if we can't see some action here. Sinclair needs a whole lot of doubles. When you're playing heads up, you know, you can chip away. You can grind out, you know, a little bit of red line. You can make money at non-showdown. But when you're sitting at that 15, 16 big blind mark, there's a whole lot of all-ins that you need to make. And sure enough, those doubles are the best way to get you into an even Stevens scenario.
And we still have a few people watching from the rail, interested to see how this concludes. Who's going to take it down?
Peyton Rilk in the chat says great vibes between those two. I'm getting that vibe too. They seem like pretty happy chappies.
Yeah.
I mean, as James said, it's so rare that you're going to buy in for, you know, 1K and be playing for 377 and 600,000 respectively, right? You get to a final, a lot of times you're not going to be really quote-unquote happy unless you're the top 2, top 3. That's where all the money is, quote-unquote. But in this situation, you know, you're winning a ton of money, even if you're coming second here. I know Sinclair has that winner's mindset, though. You know, he's a real champion. He won't be satisfied with second, just purely for the title, for sure, no doubt.
So first hand, a heads up Hand 118 in the final table.
Fine,
Sinclair shoves with deuces, gets a fold.
As the last time.
Yeah, it's 3 million. I have very bad memory.
Yep. Under 20 big blinds effective, those small pocket pairs, they're just going to go in the middle pretty much no matter what. You see a raise, they're going in. Your first act, they're just going to go in the middle. Once you start to get past sort of sixes plus, there's a little bit more trapping going on, a little bit more limping from in position, from out of position again. Still going to be shipping a lot of those middling pairs. As I say, heads up play, lots of all-ins here, and it's the right thing to do.
Queen Jack shoves the button. And Jack Sinclair folds. And that will take us to hand 120 of the final table, the third hand of heads up
It's gonna be
play.
an exciting heads up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sinclair's already picked up on this, but I think Van Bruggen might be showing a little bit of inexperience here once we get heads up, right? Just straight jamming the Queen Jack off for 16 effective or something like that.
Yes.
There's probably a slightly more finesse way to play that combo. You don't necessarily just want to be banging that one in. You know, you want to try and play that from position as often as possible.
Our cameras found that guy. He didn't want to be seen, so he decided to camouflage himself against the set.
All right, Sinclair, this is where you flex, buddy. This is where you show them how a real heads-up player does business.
So, opens with a raise, not an all-in. Jack making it 3 million total. Van Bruggen with Jack-6 in the big blind, a dominated hand. He calls.
Yep, seems reasonable. You're going to defend a lot of suited hands from out of position here.
First flop of heads-up play. And it has a 6 on it, 9-6 deuce. This is a great opportunity for Sinclair.
Yeah, if I know Sinclair, he's gonna really fill this one out.
Van Bruggen has checked. Sinclair continues. And how aggressively does Rick Van Bruggen want to play his pair of sixes, knowing he has a lot of leverage against the opponent? Moves all in. It's all in to call, and second pair top kicker, Sinclair has to call, and we'll see that he is near enough a 90% favorite to double up.
Need Jack.
Wah wah wee wah.
And Bruggen says he needs a jack. And Jack will be looking to fade those 3 cards so he can double up and get back in the game. Eight of diamonds on the turn. Just 3 cards for Jack Sinclair to fade. The river is a 5, and that is going to be a double up for Jack Sinclair. So, Rick Van Bruggen still with a big chip advantage, but now it's closer to a 3-to-1 chip advantage. It's just shy of a 3-to-1 chip advantage now.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like that, that double is going to be so important if he wants to climb his way out. But now that we're at 33 big blinds effective, there's a little bit more post-flop play. And I dare say, Bruggen, given his style on this final table, might be on the wrong end of that battle.
Just verify the stack and make sure that Sinclair gets that full double up to 53.5 million. So playing around 35 big blinds now.
Yeah, he's a dangerous man to give chips. If you want to neglect anybody at a poker table, Jack Sinclair is one of them. Don't give him any more ammunition.
Queen 4 for Van Bruggen. We are still at the 1 million, 1.5 million blind level, and will be for another 20 minutes or so. Van Bruggen completing. And Jack Sinclair has checked his option. Queen 4 versus Queen 3. And a 10-9-6 flop with 2 diamonds. Major opportunities here, assuming this hand gets to showdown.
Yeah, I think with these two, you're going to see them battle, though, at some point. Didn't see any action there on the flop. However, once they both hit the 5, excuse me, what am I talking about? The 5 changes nothing.
Bet from Rick van Bruggen on the turn, gets the fold from Jack Sinclair.
There you go. A little bit of turn action, never hurt nobody, and no chop this time.
And I noticed that now we are heads up. A little bit more attention on this final table from some of the players at Casino Barcelona. The rail's starting to fill out a little bit. Maybe it was news that Sinclair had got that double up, and maybe hopes that he's making a comeback.
Can he bring it home for GB is the question.
You are correct, Raceland. No deal has been made. They are playing for the advertised payouts. 377,000 euros for the runner-up, 600k for the winner. Still a sizable chip advantage for the Dutchman. Rick van Bruggen checking his option here. Sinclair, 9-4 of diamonds. Van Bruggen, ace-5. And it is an ace-high flop with 2 diamonds.
Yep, very spicy for Sinclair. And the interesting thing here is Van Bruggen with the ace is going to feel really, really confident he has the best hand. And if it comes diamonds, he has reason to continue to call because he has that 5 of diamonds blocker, making it slightly less likely that Sinclair has the made flush.
$1.5 million from Sinclair.
I mean, this is usually just a check call, right? I mean, I don't see too much value in check raising with a combo like ace-5, right? Because you're going to get called by better aces.
Bruggen has now checked the turn, having check called the flop. Apologies for the loss of graphics. We now have the 5 of hearts on the turn. The board is ace-7-7-5 with 2 diamonds. And Sinclair's bet 5.5 million, and Bruggen has called, and that is Barry Greenstein, ladies and gentlemen. And that gives Rick van Bruggen a full house. He's checked it. Sinclair checks behind, surrendering the pot effectively. And Rick van Bruggen, aces full of 7s, wins that pot.
Yep, so that means Jack Sinclair now down to about 26, 28 big blinds, something like that. Still plenty of play in this heads up. That double up just so important for him, James. You know, that really put him in a place where he could do some damage to that 97 big blind stack of Van Bruggen as we sit.
Bruggen opening up the advantage again as we bring you hand 123 of the final table of this record-breaking Estrellas main event. Queen Jack of diamonds for Van Bruggen.
Very pretty hand.
Just
a call. I really like this call heads up, guys. I'm a huge fan of this limp here. You don't want to get blown off a combo like Queen Jack of diamonds. It's better to limp and call a raise not all in. and fold to a jam, as opposed to raise and get 3-bet mercilessly and be forced to fold a hand that just does so well where you can connect and really stack opponents. So sure enough, he's allowing Sinclair to open with the very marginally favorite hand of King-9 off.
All in.
And he decides to play it hard style.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it so much from Van Bruggen, and honestly, I feel like playing the more high variance style, it might play to his advantage when you're playing somebody as good as Sinclair.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, the limp jam with Queen Jack of Diamonds is pretty much never going to be terrible. It's definitely not going to be GTO, but who cares about that? It's a play that is going to be fine, and if you can just slowly bleed Sinclair down and neglect him of the opportunity to exploit you post-flop, that might play to your advantage when you have less experience playing these shorter stack depths.
How do you call all in with King-9 offsuit?
I think the answer is you don't. Ooh, did you hear what he say that? He sort of said Queen Jack. He's seen how he played this entire tournament so far. You know, he might even have some intel at this point. He's going, maybe he just has like Jack 10 of hearts. Maybe he just has like Queen Jack of diamonds. I mean, you could even justify, you know, I got 2 overcards to like deuces, trays, 4s. Some of those hands that might limp and then jam. But it's just an ugly spot with King-9 off. If he turns over Ace-King, you just feel like you threw your tournament away.
Sinclair folds. Leaves himself with around 23 big blinds. Yeah, 23 bigs. And Van Bruggen's back up over 100 big blinds.
He's just giggling to himself. He's like, I just keep shoving and they just keep folding. It's great. I'm having a great time.
Yeah, what is not to love right now if you are Rick Van Bruggen?
So that, after that encounter, Jack Sinclair down to 22 big blinds.
Yeah.
Still totally fine. Got the piggy on top. Keep it composed.
So he is on the button here in the small blind. Jack deuce of hearts, and he completes. Van Bruggen has checked. We haven't seen his cards yet. 9-7-6 on the flop, so this is not a board that you think would favor Sinclair. Okay, we're going to get Van Bruggen's cards. Jack 6. So not only was it a domination situation pre, but now Van Bruggen paired his 6 on the flop. He pairs his Jack on the turn. Sinclair with top pair against 2 pair. This is going to cost him.
Oh, he checks it back to Sinclair. This is so trappy. On the 3 club sort of straighty, flushy turn, for him not to lead 2 pair here is so interesting. And I think Sinclair is going to feel really confident he has the best hand at this point. He's probably expecting his opponent to be leading 2 pair plus on the turn to try and protect from the clubs and potentially some weird 1-card straight kind of hands like, you know, if 8 peels off, opens up a lot of opportunities to get rivered.
So Sinclair bets 3 million into 4.5 million. And is this where you check raise as Van Bruggen?
I mean, if you're going to play it slow, I think now is the time. There's a lot of opportunities to lose in this river. If he just ships it on the turn, James, I wonder if Sinclair might level himself into a call, because he can have so many combo draws that he check shoves the turn with, right?
Well, it is a check raise from Rick Van Bruggen, but it's not for it all.
Yep.
He is not shoved but he has made it.
Yep.
A sizable amount. Sinclair's bet was 3 million.
3x.
Van Bruggen has 3x'd it to 9 million.
Yep, and I actually prefer this to the check jam anyway. I think there's too much, the SPR is too high here to just check jam. It just seems very, very silly, overplayed. Doesn't give you the opportunity to have any bluffs at all. So in this situation, I think you want to check raise small, and then you can do this effectively as a bluff that doesn't risk your entire stack, as well as having some made hands as well.
Sinclair calls the raise. This hand going to the river. We've got a pot of 22.5 million. Sinclair 24 mil behind.
Oh, the deuce of hearts would be such a brick, and he would get so much. Oh, the deuce of spades!
It's as good as, Nick.
How does he call it? How does he call it?
As good as, and that might be game over, Jack Sinclair. 2 pair, no good. Van Bruggen ahead with jacks and 6s.
Sinclair has just over pot 34.5 million, a pot of 22.5 million there. Oh, if he jams, it would look so weak. It would look so weak. He's all in.
He shoves the river. Jack Sinclair makes the single chip call, and it is over. It is Rick Van Bruggen from the Netherlands who takes down the biggest live event in PokerStars history. Jack Sinclair came in as the chip leader. He's the runner-up, but Rick Van Bruggen will get the trophy, 600K, having bested a field of 6,313.
Yeah. Nice.
So hard to see what's going on there.
That's okay. It was Revenge River, all in, snap call.
Jack Sinclair will get 377,120 euros as the runner-up. This went a lot quicker than anyone was expecting, Nick.
Yes, absolutely. And what a finish, you guys. I called it. The deuce of spades was so clean for the shove. Congratulations to Rick Van Bruggen.
That's the biggest pot I've ever won. Nice.
Van Bruggen has won the main event of the Estrellas Poker Tour, but now it's all about the European Poker
this
Tour.
game is a waste of time. I don't know why you guys play. It's silly.
The Super High Roller started today. The main event starts tomorrow, and we are only on day 1 of 8 days of live coverage. A reminder, we've got a special event tomorrow where 7 women will be playing for a platinum pass. We've got True Geordie bringing his crew to Barcelona for a special edition of the Showdown. We will stream the final table of the 100K Super High Roller. We will stream the final 5 days of what could be a record-breaking EPT main event.
Yeah, so much great coverage. I mean, what a great way to kick it off in the first place, though. This event was fantastic, and what a payday for a 1K buy-in. So excited to see what happens tomorrow. So much amazing content coming, so stick around, guys, and make sure you join us back on twitch.tv/PokerStars.
And indeed, youtube.com/PokerStars as well. Should highlight that at the start of the day, we said coming to Barcelona, there were expectations, maybe a bit of optimism that we would see the record from 2019 broken. And yes, some people said maybe 5,000. A few people with their heads in the clouds said maybe 5,500 entries. No, 6,313. 3.5 days, near enough 4 full days, very long days of poker to get down to a winner. The final table, probably the shortest part of the tournament. And we have enjoyed watching every single hand, cards up, playing down from 9 to a winner. Let's revisit what has happened over the last few hours here in Barcelona. We started with 9. And the first player to be eliminated was Renet Rodanov, out after losing a classic race. Next to depart was Johan Asperov. He ran into aces and cashed out for 72,170 euros. Ahmed Rahani showed up an hour late. He lasted just 20 hands before cashing out for 93,800. And then we lost qualifier Bjorn Bruns, our 6th place finisher. He turned a €109 investment into over 120K. Canadian Kyle Ho was the 5th place finisher. His ace-8 did not improve. And at that point, we saw Rick van Bruggen move over the 100 million mark. He then KO'd fellow Dutchman Henrik Søring. Søring cashing out for more than 200K. And our third place finisher was Simon Buxa. Came into the final table with the second shortest stack, laddered up into third. Dominant chip lead heads up for Rick van Bruggen, and after a few hands, he dispatched Jack Sinclair, claiming the title here in Barcelona. He has won this record-breaking Estrellas main event. That victory worth €600,000. Well, I think, Nick, we should hear from our champion. We should hear from Rick van Bruggen. He's down on the floor with Joe Stapleton.
Rick van Bruggen, according to our records, your biggest tournament win up to this point was under 25,000. This has got to feel pretty insane right now.
It is actually very insane. Yeah, it's like 600K. I don't even know what to say. I'm very, very happy.
I think what you can say is you're ready to spend that money.
I'm going to spend some money, yes.
There was a certain point in the tournament where it felt like this was Jack's tournament to win. You eventually ended up in that position, but when it was looking more like Jack, what was your mindset?
Right, yeah, when Jack is obviously a very, very good player, right? And so I was just trying to play very tight and hope people bust, basically. And then I just got lucky with good cards, and I just ran it up, and then, yeah, there wasn't much that could go wrong at that point, right? Like, I could just, it was very simple at that point. It was just all luck.
I mean, part of it was luck, but once you got all those chips and you ran it up, you played the part of bully very well. Was it as fun as it looked?
It was actually very, very fun. Every hand was just like, yeah, I look at my cards and it's like, yeah, all in, whatever it is, because, 100 big blinds, 10 big blinds, 10 big blinds. So, yeah, very, very fun. Strongly recommend. I recommend everyone it, yeah.
It looked fun. He recommended it. I recommended it too, I assume. Rick, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very soon it'll be time to present Rick van Bruggen with the winner's trophy, a reminder of how it finished here at the final table. Of course, near enough 1,000 people cashed in this event, a total prize pool of $6 million, but most of the money was reserved for the finalists, and of course, the single biggest slice of the prize pool went to Rick van Bruggen. And now it's time for the official winner's presentation. It's time for Rick to receive the Champions Trophy.
What a return to this city it has been to present the trophy for the PokerStars EPT Barcelona main event. I am joined by Tournament Director Toby Stone and Pedro Berlanga, Casino Tournament Director from Casino Barcelona. After 4 long days of play, this record-breaking tournament has come to a thrilling end. Huge congratulations to all of our finalists for getting through the staggering field of 6,300 players. But in first place, the 2022 EPT Barcelona champion from the Netherlands, Rick van Bruggen. Congratulations. Congratulations on a €600,000 score, and of course, the winner's trophy. One more time for Rick van Bruggen.
So that concludes our coverage of the Estrellas main event. Of course, the EPT main event starts tomorrow. If you want updates on that one and coverage of everything that's going on here in Barcelona, do check out the work of our colleagues at the PokerStars blog. And of course, this is day 1 of 8 for us. We will be back tomorrow. We've got more live streams for you, including the PSPC Women's Platinum Pass Tournament. That coverage kicks off at 1 p.m. Central European Summertime tomorrow. For now, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, but for now, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Barcelona.